Don't just get your taxes done, get them managed. If you're tired of losing sleep over your business and personal taxes, you're ready to make more money, give us a call.
Call Berger, Elliott, and Pritchard CPAs at 402-551-1919 or visit bepcpa.com.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley@1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Lindley Clothing in Omaha has been the premier provider of men's fashion for over 88 years, from suits to jeans, with great brands like Jack Victor, Bugatti, Peter Millar. Your father was a customer. You're a customer. Your son is a customer, and now they're looking for the latest sportswear to tailored clothing. Lindley Clothing has you covered. They will help you get the look that you need with their selection and top-notch customer service. You walk in the door, and there's John and Marlene and the entire Lindley Clothing team with a great smile on their face, and they're to help you. 132nd and West Dodge in Linden Market to pick up the latest styles and enjoy easy access shopping.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is Cops. Receive 2 $25 gift vouchers for just $25. Cops makes delicious pizza, fresh salads, and tasty charred wings. For the basic menu, click copspizza.com. And for the extended menu, visit them at Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and the newly reopened 72nd and Jones locations.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com. Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Crossed him up and sit him down.
The crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick. And Nick. We're all here.
Hello, we are.
You said Nick twice.
You did.
Well,
He wanted to make sure he was here.
I wanted to do it in the voice.
And
Nick.
I like when they remixed that open where they just did the fade.
Yeah.
Echo the Nick.
Look at this. We're all together. I know.
Man,
it's like one big
time.
happy family.
See you later. And then we're going to say goodbye.
Yeah, we're going to say bye, John.
Bye, John.
Kind of
Bye,
funny that this
John.
worked out exactly how we hoped it would work out, though.
We
isn't
did.
it?
We were like, it would be a bummer if John was back here.
That would have really
We
sucked.
felt bad for a little bit there.
I mean,
Yeah.
I would have been bummed because Creighton wasn't playing anymore, but I wouldn't have been that badly affected if I was the only one left here.
Wow.
Because I'm a little tired of traveling right now.
That's
Understandable.
fair.
I mean,
I am
will-
pre-tired,
I
like
will
for myself
happily
on
do it,
Saturday. Just knowing how I'll, because then I have Easter. We have Easter on Sunday, so I'm just I'm
Josh.
pre-tired.
I'm going to get back from Vegas, and I'm going to have to turn around the next morning and go home for Easter.
Yeah, Nick loves.
It's an hour drive, Nick.
I know it is. Hour and a half.
Why are you guys such sissies?
I'm
I'm
not
just
being
saying I'm
sissy.
pre-tired. I'll be fine.
You're pre-tired. That means you're expecting yourself to you're giving yourself a built-in excuse to
To
be
what?
to do nothing on Saturday because they need to rest.
No.
We're going to get
Traveling.
back late on Saturday anyway.
Oh wait, yeah. Are you saying in Omaha? Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything.
We're going to get back at like 7:30.
What are we doing on Saturday morning?
I don't know. What time do we leave on Saturday?
Like 3?
Oh, really?
We got let's go tickle some chains.
No,
Wait,
I'm not
You're
going.
leaving at 3 on Saturday?
Yeah.
Oh, you ain't getting back till Sunday at 2.
Why is that?
Well, because, it's airplanes and airports.
Well, don't
and
you say
wheels
that.
falling off.
Don't you
airplanes
say and
John, be
airports.
cool.
Oh, no. It's not. I'm just saying. You just got to plan for it.
It's going to be
You
smooth.
just got to plan
We're
for
going to
it.
get ice cream at the airport. We're going to watch the other planes take off, and then we're going to board.
Have you already scouted if there's ice cream at the airport?
John, it's an airport. Of course there's ice cream.
You
How else
never
are you going to
know.
look at planes?
It's an airport. Of course, there's ice cream.
Shout out Happer, by the way. And John asks, has Nick checked into the flight yet? No, Happer took care of that this morning.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
We had conversations in the minutes before we got going.
Uh-huh.
Are you all middle seat boys?
No, we're Southwest, so we're whatever we want to be, boys. I'm
Well,
not sitting.
Assuming you can.
Either Nick can be in
win
the
the
middle
game
seat,
of,
or we all won't be
musical
sitting
chairs.
together. I'm not.
That is correct.
Yeah,
That is correct.
So Nick, you get to decide. Do you want to sit together or no? Because
If we're sitting together, I'm getting the middle seat.
That is
Is that what
correct.
you're saying?
That is correct.
Wow. Why wouldn't you give him the window seat? He's never been in an airplane.
He can have the
before.
window seat in the other row.
John, I've been in airplanes
It's
before. I've
Southwest.
just never traveled as an adult before.
Yeah.
In an airplane as an
Which
adult.
is making him come across as a child. For this
Nick,
whole
do you
thing.
want to sit in the middle or do you want to go in your own row?
I don't care.
He can sit, Nick, you can sit next to Happer. I'll take the other
You're
row.
assuming that you guys will be in position to do that. What if you're too far back?
No,
in the
we're
middle?
good. We're early,
we're
early
fine.
B.
We've checked in, John.
Early
Again, we
B.
know where
Yes,
we're
early
at.
B.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Happer. I've never not had the window seat when I flew, but I mean, I'll just take a seat.
I mean, listen, look at him. Look at sad
He
little
can
puppy
sit-
dog eyes there.
There's the whole
If he
damn
doesn't get a
plane,
chance to
John.
look
He can go
outside-
sit wherever
I mean,
he
imagine
wants.
being able to fly over the Rocky Mountains and look at all the mountains from way up
It
there.
is
and-
cool.
That
and-
does sound cool. I've never
Yeah.
done that.
Basically, like any row, like 20 and back, Nick can. The world is his oyster back there. The plane is his oyster.
But what if he wants you to hold his hand when things get a little bumpy?
I'll
No
be fine.
holding.
John, I love turbulence. It makes me laugh.
I'm trying to decide what I want to do on this plane because I still have to work tomorrow. As does Happer. Happer's filling in for you, lazy
Dude,
ass
show
John.
prep. Does the plane have Wi-Fi?
It does. See, but I'm not gonna pay for that.
No.
That's
Can
why
you-
I'm trying to
can you
decide
use
what I
phone
want to
data?
do.
Do you still have to put things in airplane mode on an airplane?
No.
Okay.
They don't care about that anymore.
Cool.
It's
well,
very nice.
they say they do. But
Oh yeah, you don't have to turn off your electronics though. Remember those
Yes.
days? That sucked.
The last time I was in I was of airplane.
Don't have to worry
yeah,
about that
turn it all
anymore.
off.
Yeah.
What a time.
Except my iPod. I could just put that on airplane mode and watch South Park episodes that I downloaded.
I'll probably do a little prep on the plane. Probably a little prep. We have Sipple on tomorrow.
Sipple.
Yeah, he had to move to tomorrow.
Interesting.
For what reason?
Yeah,
Interesting.
Is he
Seriously.
writing
I
after
mean,
the presser?
press conference will be done.
My
Writing.
name's Simple and I'm of
What is
writing.
there? What is there to do?
Exactly. Right.
Are we going to hear anything that's going to be that news breaking? Probably not.
No. What time does this thing start now?
Unless old Troy
think
says
now.
we're going to blow up the stadium and start from scratch.
Whoa.
Oh, that's what he should say.
You should.
Oh,
Do you think he'll
Blow it up.
Do you think he'll let us have the plunger, like put down the plunger so we can blow it up?
That's the hope.
Do they still use exploding plungers? to
Yeah,
blow
remember
things
we
up?
talked about when they were going to blow up South Stadium,
Mhm.
RIP, that, they would like
RIP
sell.
to the RIP.
RIP to the RIP, yeah. That they were going to like sell in a raffle the ability to do that. I still think it's a great idea.
It's such a good idea.
I do too, but I just don't think it'll happen.
I got a text just now.
I think South Stadium will be a trash heap forever.
Forever. How hilariously funny would it be if Nick didn't want to sit in the middle and then he sat window and the door flew off?
Oh, man.
No, you always sit above the wing of an airplane. That's the most structurally sound place. So if it crashes, you're gonna probably.
That's where the emergency exits are. That's where the door is, Nick.
See, but everyone wants to sit there on Southwest since you can choose your own seats. Everyone runs to those because you have a
there's
little
more
bit more
legroom.
leg room. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and
I
then
didn't
they
realize
ask you,
that.
are you willing
But
and
those,
able?
those are also the doors that fly off.
Oh.
So it's a real pick your poison type of deal.
Well,
I love those seats. I love extra leg
I
room.
guess I've always wanted to try skydiving.
I love stretching.
No shoot, though.
Maybe it'll be over the mountain, so it's not as bad of a fall. I'll just.
I love the idea of us crashing and Nick thinking
I think
we're
you
going to
still
survive.
hit terminal velocity, Nick.
Yeah, pretty sure if you jump and
No, if
land
we're
on a
at,
mountain,
if we're
it's
at an
pretty bad.
angle though, and I start running while I'm in the air, I'll just hit that angle, and then I'll be okay. I'll just
Yeah.
tuck and roll.
Sure,
Definitely.
That's right.
I still wonder who's going to be the most famous person on this plane because, again, if it crashed and we died, would it be one of us? We're in the media.
It might be.
We're Z-list celebrities at best.
I know, but Nick,
But we could be the most famous person.
that's the thing. What if there's nobody else? who's
Local
more famous?
radio hosts.
Yeah, yeah, local,
sure
and
there's-
their producer.
I'm sure there's some low-key famous people who live in Omaha who commute.
That's the
what?
question,
I'm going to make certain if
Connor Oberst
that-
lives in Omaha.
that the Omaha World Herald, Omaha.com headline will be producer and radio host,
Wow.
Wow.
so that Nick gets top billing.
Thank you, Sam.
Well, I don't think Sam would be writing that story.
I-
Well,
you'd
you never
have
know
to.
anymore.
Maybe he would, because he
Anymore,
knew
I
it.
mean, they're pretty much covering everything.
Yeah, he's like the only guy that works there.
He does have a million jobs. He has so many jobs.
He covers
Hey,
so many
Troy,
things.
Troy, yeah, I know I got this exclusive interview with you, but I got to cover this city council meeting.
I got to write the obituary for the plane.
For the
Oh yeah, yeah. For the
Connor
for
Happer
for the
died.
radio producer and his two hosts.
I go on a show every Monday. I went on a show every Monday. Congrats to Josh Odson, though.
Yeah,
Moving
now
on
he's
up.
top billing
Uh-huh.
of the Connor Happer show.
It's just, that's how it works around here.
If I
man.
die, I want Jack Mitchell to have my spot on the ground.
Whoa.
There you go.
Why
Yeah,
would
nice.
you curse that on me?
Oh, man.
Now this plane must survive.
Yeah, this would look really bad.
I mean, this whole segment.
Yeah,
this whole
our
Our
segment
bosses
looks
would be like, could you
really,
delete
really
that
bad.
segment?
Yeah, that would have to,
Well,
it'd
we'd
have to
be
go
dead,
away.
And
so
the
how would we
problem
delete it?
is, I would probably not have the foresight to tell the new producer, hey, when you come up with all of the best of crossovers, make sure that one from March the 26th doesn't get played, and then it'll get put in and it'll sound really bad.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
And then some random Tuesday, the week of Christmas.
Oh, I love Christmas week.
Well, you'd be
Actually,
dead,
it'd be
so.
different because, Christmas this year is on a Wednesday.
I know they're playing the football game.
Playing
on that
NFL
day.
games now.
It's so
So how are
weird.
we going to do this?
What, us or the NFL?
No, yeah, us. The whole, taking the week off.
Oh,
between
because of the
That's-
New Year's.
That's our week off, right?
So do we take the week off and then also take Monday and Tuesday before New Year's and Wednesday and then come back?
Yes.
I say we take a week and a half.
I would say that's
Vacation is fake news
Nothing
now.
matters anymore.
Or do we come and do we work Monday and Tuesday or Monday?
work on Christmas Eve.
Yeah. So do we work? Yeah. So
How
then
we
it's
worked
like,
on
How
Christmas
could we
Eve
do
before.
that?
You monster.
so then
How
why
could
would we
we do-
work on Monday? Because then it's just a 1 day work week.
I'd say it's a solid 7 days, 7 work days off.
Hell yeah. That sounds awesome.
I'm down.
We only get a Wednesday Christmas once every 6 years. So everyone just says
It's a very special
And again,
Christmas.
vacation's fake now. We have all these
It is
days.
a construct,
Yeah.
Josh.
What do they care?
Yeah, exactly. It's pretend. They're pretend days.
All right, so we'll time this best of crossover to Christmas Day, and it'll really be appropriate.
Nice.
Hey, happy holidays, everyone. Now let's revisit that time where Josh and Nick and Connor all prophesized their own perishing. Perishing.
Less than
Perishing?
24 hours before it happened.
Perishing.
Perishment.
Perishment. Perishing. That's how they say that's how they try to be sophisticated down south. Yeah, that
perishment.
My grandpa, he was a perishing. You mean he was building Catholic parishes? No, he died.
And they rested
He was a
perishment.
perishing.
Mike wants to know, can he co-host with Odson on the new Connor Happer show after the plane incident?
Which Mike?
Mike
After the
Skiandra.
plane
Oh, sure. Yeah.
incident.
There you go. Congratulations.
I would like to call it the new Connor Happer show.
the new
The new
Connor.
That's
Connor
how
Happer
it'll be
show.
called the new Connor Happer show.
It's like new
Josh
Coke.
Hudson.
Yeah.
It's like new Coke.
Yeah. Where's the classic show? I miss the classic Connor Happer
Back
show.
when Bob Barker took over the Price is Right, way back when, there actually was a Price is Right before that version.
Yeah.
And when they brought it back with Bob Barker, the version we all became familiar with, they called it the new Price is Right.
But how did people know to spade and neuter their pets before
He
Bob
didn't start
Barker?
doing that until much later. He didn't care. He didn't care if dogs and cats were reproducing.
Why did that start? Where did that bit come from?
I bet it was probably an NIL deal.
Oh,
Bob Barker, first NIL
the
deal.
Yeah.
Humane Society.
Not
The
enough
Humane
people talk
Society.
about that.
Yeah, I bet that's what it was.
My God, look at how many people are at this Cubs spring training game.
Holy
This
God.
is absurd.
Bunch of
Folks,
sickos.
the real baseball starts in 2 days.
I know, it's so weird.
Oh, reminder. The reason we're able to watch this, it's T-Mobile Tuesday.
T-Mobile
If you
Tuesday.
got your T-Mobile
Yeah,
account, you can register
not a
for your
T-Mobile
free
boy anymore.
MLB
I'm not
TV.
either. John, can I have your MLB TV?
No, you
Okay.
can't. It's mine. You
Baseball
got it right
question
there.
for the
You got it
baseball
right there.
boys. How do you feel about the 2025 Japan opener of the MLB? The Cubs
Nick.
and the Dodgers.
Nick.
Shohei
Will
and
Shohei
Suzuki.
be in prison by that point?
But if he's not, it'll be Shohei and Suzuki because he'll be pitching again by then. Probably.
We'll be dead. Shohei will be in jail.
I'm just ready for baseball to start so Nick stops talking about pretend baseball games.
Nick, are you gonna make your predictions at some point in the next 2 days?
Yeah, I was actually going to see if maybe you and I.
Oh, that's right. We got.
I know.
Should-
We're running out of time, John.
Could
Well,
you and
the
I
problem
maybe
is I
do
won't be
some
here
predictions?
tomorrow.
You're not going to be here tomorrow, and then you're not going to work with us
I've got a
Thursday.
handful up here. I can type out. I can do a little.
Nick has takes.
have
I know he
takes.
does. He has too many. I mean, we have so many hours to fill of radio over the next few days.
That's
so
true. We could really dive into the weeds on some things.
I say we save this for Thursday.
Okay.
Say we save this for Thursday.
We got
Maybe
to our prop.
you could join us. Right? You want to call him?
I would like to do our prop bets, too.
Yeah, we need
Our
to.
prop bets are fun.
I'll set up our prop bets and we'll
All
do
right.
those on Thursday.
By the way, have we sorted out what we're doing?
We were going to do that, but then John went in and started recording.
Should we just do it on the air right now?
Let's
What are
do
we
it.
doing?
Okay.
What do we want to do, John? What do you want to do the next couple of days with you being involved with us? We don't think.
Well, I found out. Okay, so like last week in Pittsburgh, you know how we were there.
worried about
and
the double
we could-
mix minus.
We could be there. The problem is it's all closed practices.
Mm.
Unlike last week in Pittsburgh, it was all open practice.
But it doesn't have to be closed to John Bishop.
Well, I can't be broadcasting during a closed practice.
Maybe during the Creighton part of the closed practice.
Well, that's early. That's before the show.
okay.
before
I will-
his
what-
show,
so-
even.
So what I'll do is I will go to.
Remember,
the
we're on at
practice.
8 a.m. We're on at 8 a.m. Vegas time.
Yeah, but I'm not in Vegas.
11 a.m. Detroit
11 a.m.
time.
Detroit time.
Yes.
What time is the practice? Is it before 11 a.m.
I
Detroit
got
time?
to look.
Okay.
I have to look.
So what does that mean for?
Well, anyway, what I was getting to
Yeah,
was
what do we
I was
got?
going to gather up some audio and interviews and whatnot,
Just
Sounds like
send
a great
them our way.
1620 the Jays podcast.
and then bring them to you all.
1620 the Jays podcast, John.
Yeah.
Don't forget about the podcast.
I'm not sure how that's going to work.
There you go. You got the interviews. Yeah. Who is recording the intros and the outros for this? I can bring my work laptop so I can edit.
I will
stuff
have
together.
it. I will have it too.
I have the capability.
Okay. So
We're all
somebody,
very capable.
do I need to bring a microphone? Do I need to bring so I can do it directly into my machine?
Do you have
I
do you
do
have
have-
earbuds with wired earbuds with a microphone?
No, I don't have wired earbuds anymore, John. It's 2024.
Well, Bluetooth ones have microphones too.
Yeah,
We
but
do-
sometimes they don't record very well. See,
No,
look at Connor's
I don't
got
have
some.
those.
I have some because I just bought some. They were like $7.
I can bring a Yeti. I have an old Yeti.
I'm bringing extra.
You're gonna bring a
Can't-
Yeti, a
microphone.
cooler.
Yeah, you
like
can't
bring
talk into
cooler.
a cup.
It's like this
Josh.
big. It's a Yeti blue microphone. You jerks. So I could do that. This doesn't have anything to do with John being on the show, though.
Yeah,
what
yeah,
do we
John,
do with that?
You just have to figure out whether you're going to be on the show. Are you going to be on the
Yeah.
show?
Yeah, John.
Well, yeah.
How much do you want to be
Well,
on the
after
show?
I get back.
That's the better question.
Well, after I get back from the open media day,
Which is Thursday.
which is Thursday,
Okay.
I'll have to go back to the hotel.
What
Well,
is-
or I
what-
could go to the no.
That'll be around what time?
I have no idea.
All right, so we should punt on John being on the show Thursday.
Right.
What about Friday? Do you want to be on the show on Friday?
Creighton
Well-
doesn't play famously until a billion
Yeah,
o'clock.
I'll be in the hotel.
Would you want to join us for movie club? Do you want to watch The
Ooh.
Hangover? And talk
I'm-
about The Hangover
I'm not
with
gonna
us?
Pay for it,
Wow.
especially a movie I've already seen. I already paid for it once.
Don't you own it on DVD?
I thought you were gonna bring it for him today.
He told me he's like,
I might have it on DVD. I might have it on DVD.
There you go. Maybe watch it on DVD. I watched the
You know what?
theatrical
If I
version,
do,
by
if
the
I
way.
do,
I
I'll
watched
watch
the
it
unrated
tonight.
version.
Yeah. I should have watched the
If I
unrated.
do, I'll watch it tonight.
All
Okay.
right. So I don't think we're getting anywhere here.
We're not.
No, we're not. I'll plan on being around Friday. Maybe I'll bring in my friend Nick.
Oh, that would be a great interview.
There you go.
Bring on my friend Nick and preview the game.
Mm-hmm. I would love that. Anytime. We can have you anytime except for 1:45 Pacific time.
Could ask Nick about why my shoulders are
Then I
so
can plan on
sore.
Thursday. I can grab some interviews and send them back, and you guys can pitch it to me, and I'll play the interview.
And now here's John with the Creighton.
Time for us to have lunch.
Here's John with the
Yeah.
Creighton.
That's fair.
That
I
way,
was
if Connor,
thinking
that way, if
about
Connor
that.
wants to go for
Food?
a quick swim.
Yeah. How are we gonna eat
Oh.
lunch? When's lunch happening?
That's all right. You won't even realize it.
No.
It'll just.
It's a 7-hour shift.
Lunch is a
Ve-
construct.
But Vegas time, like
We might need lunch intermission.
Well, if you're going to be by the pool, they're going to have waiters and waitresses
yeah,
delivering
you
stuff. You can
a
order and just.
frozen daiquiri for
Josh
lunch.
remembers back in
Oh.
the day, we used to eat the Twin Peaks all the time.
Oh, that was good times. I loved it. I loved the free food. I got wings a lot.
Yeah,
Wings,
I got wings
or
a
not
lot.
salads.
No,
he enjoyed the
even-
wings and the breasts.
John, you are so inappropriate.
You're so sick.
What are you talking
It's
about?
Horny
2024.
John
Yeah,
strikes
horny,
again.
horny John. Classic John.
It's funny. We
If I
had
would have
Horny
said
Michael
the
and Horny
thighs, would
John.
you have said the same thing?
Thighs are my favorite part of the chicken.
Of the chicken.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you
Uh-huh.
delineated.
Uh-huh. Otson says, no one fed me when I worked an 8-hour shift 2 weeks
Yeah,
ago.
Josh. See, Josh is built for it. Why aren't you guys?
I'm hungry all the time, man. I'm hungry right now.
Stop running all the time,
Dude,
man.
I'm so
Oh,
hungry.
you're
I'm
not
like
going
a-
to be able to do any running.
challenge accepted.
Yeah,
We're
he's
waking
gonna-
up
He-
at 5 o'clock.
He
out
already
there.
found places.
It's called the gym at the hotel.
No,
I'm gonna
fair.
just do treadmill stuff.
No, why would you do that? It's gonna be nice
Wow.
I
out.
thought you
it's
were
gonna be really nice.
Run out on the place
On
where we
Fremont
were.
Street,
Yeah.
I just don't want to deal with stoplights. I have a 14-mile run tomorrow. I'm not gonna deal with stoplights for 14
run
miles.
around the same block a few
That
laps.
sounds terrible. I'll be fine. I'll just deal with it. I'll just do it on the
You are
treadmill.
going to be hungry if you have to run 14 miles.
I'm gonna be starving tomorrow. I'll figure it out. Hodson, look at me, Josh. I'm gigantic. You don't think I'm hungry all the time? I do love food.
Shout
We
out
did
to
catch
food.
wind of some food that was coming around today.
Oh yeah, Josh, I had one of your donuts. Thank you. Nick told me to have one.
Yes.
So if I'm in trouble, blame Nick.
Nope. I think that was good.
Yeah.
You were supposed to eat
There
that.
were communal donuts. in
Yeah, I didn't get a
celebration of
sandwich,
Josh's
though.
wife's
There was a
birthday.
sandwich, and then there was
Cookies.
extra
Pickled.
chicken wings.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
And Mark got extra chicken wings from Popeyes.
I didn't hear about
What?
that.
And Josh took them all.
What the hell?
Oh, that's
fair.
understandable.
I ate 2 of them.
I had one
Wow.
of the sandwiches earlier, so that's fair.
So when did you get the Popeyes? Last Tuesday?
Ah, John.
Amazingly,
I don't think he ordered them at all, but they gave them to him, which only goes more to your point, John, of
they're great people.
So somebody
Free
else
food.
ordered it. They died in line, and the food was just sitting there. So they said, "Here, would you like this?"
I think that's right. Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's right.
Jesse wants to know, are you going to address that you said the snow was over?
Oh, good question.
Why do
Josh.
people,
Really good
can I ask this before we throw tomatoes at me? I never say the snow is over.
No, he
You
says
say
the
it's
snow is
done.
It's done. I just want that out there. Everyone is always mishearing.
What's the
Don't put it
difference
out there
between
that I'm
done and
mad.
over in your
It
mind?
sounds better off the tongue to say the snow is done.
But it means the same thing.
No, but I don't say over. I just want that known.
So
You didn't say I want
Do
Nebraska
not
and
put
the
it on
done.
the internet that I got mad.
Yeah, exactly.
you're
say you want-
arguing about the word use, but not what the word means.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Yeah, but that's what. That's
all
what
I
it
see is green out there.
Josh is
There's
just saying,
nothing out there.
don't misquote me.
Yes,
I'm
thank
saying
you.
The snow is done.
If I ended every broadcast with "the Jays are victorious," the Jays are victorious,
It wouldn't
the Jays
sound
are
very
victorious,
good.
It wouldn't sound as
Wouldn't sound very good. Wouldn't sound very good.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I will say this. It's all worth it because the National Weather Service, somebody there listens to the Grum.
Thank you for listening.
That was
is
amazing.
awesome. This is incredible. So you're welcome.
Although they need to catch up on their bits, the quarter jar died.
Yeah, we
the
don't
quarter
do
jar
that
did.
anymore.
but I like the fact that they remembered enough
Yeah, that
to
I mean, it's
send the
good.
very best.
It's only been a couple months, so we'll give them some leeway.
That made me laugh very
That
hard.
was very funny.
Yeah. I was like, what?
Like TBS.
National, yeah,
Very
very funny. The National Weather Service listens to the
Very
to the
funny.
program. What great people
And they
are.
dunked on Josh.
The National Weather Service
it.
of Omaha.
Yeah, we need to get the national one to
We-
the
the
national
national
The
weather.
National Weather Service.
Yeah, we need the OG, the NWS. Yeah. Thanks for listening.
Get there eventually.
It's very kind. Look, when I made this prediction, it was nice. Then today happened. It's not nice.
No, it's
that
actually
was just second spring. That was second fake spring.
I just want to say this. It's not even, I hope that everyone today was not actually mad about the snow. There was like a intense,
it's an annoyance at this
The
point.
ice-
It's
You
the
mean the ice
wind.
that people were sliding
No,
on? There were
the-
I had
accidents.
to run inside today. It
the
sucked.
ice sucked.
It's the wind that is horrible.
Okay,
right now.
Midwest Josh.
I
Yeah.
hate the
It
wind.
wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the wind.
The wind is
It
horrible.
wouldn't be so bad if it
I
wasn't
can't believe
for
you
the
guys are
wind.
defending the wind. Has big wind got to you?
We live in the Midwest. It's
Yeah,
windy
I love
here.
the wind, Josh.
Also, I can't believe we're leaving and the wind is basically disappearing the next couple of days. And then we're going to come back and the wind will return.
That's true.
It's going to be at
Really?
its lowest in weeks tomorrow, and it's going to be 9 miles per hour.
Probably gonna be really windy in Vegas.
Oh, I'd be so pissed.
I always get shocked, a little thrown off when I travel to other places
And it's not
just
windy?
not windy. I'm like, oh, I guess that's just an us thing.
It's going to be 19 miles per hour wind in Vegas on Thursday.
Hell
What the hell's
yeah.
happening?
Hell
I
yeah.
can't- The pool is going to be, it's like a wave pool with
I
all
was
that
at the
wind.
pool. That'll be Josh.
Great reference, Happer. I packed my swimsuits this morning.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Multiple?
Oh, yeah. I got 2 swimsuits.
I'll probably pack in the morning.
I'll
Yeah.
pack 'em. I'll probably pack tonight.
I did it earlier. I was
Wait,
like,
you're
you know,
going to wake up really early and pack then?
Not really. It takes me about 5 seconds.
What time are we meeting at the airport?
Just throw a bunch of clothes in the
whatever
bag.
time you want to get there, Nick.
Fair enough.
What time are you going to get there?
I don't know how. Do I still?
Nick
need to
doesn't
be
know
there-
how this works.
Do I need to be there
This is-
2 hours early, an hour and a half early?
Hour and a half.
Just decide whatever you
Okay.
want to do, Nick. That's actually what I'm doing.
I'll show up
I
at 7:15.
think I'm getting there about 6 or so.
Are we all going to meet together and hold hands and walk in together, or are we going to?
That's apparently, I think that's what Nick needs.
Or are we just going to
It's
meet
not what I
past
need.
security?
I just don't know what's happening.
Or should we meet each other at the bar at not Cracky McGee's at about 6:45?
I told you, Nick, don't wear something with a belt because that's just one less thing you'd have to worry about. Bless you, John.
Yeah.
I'm wearing comfy
love
clothes
allergies.
tomorrow. I'm wearing shorts.
I'm gonna wear some. See, I couldn't decide on shorts or sweatpants because I remember planes getting kind of chilly. I don't want to be chilly for 2 hours.
You guys think too much about this.
Yes, you do.
What are you talking about? I'm just saying I want to wear comfy clothes.
Well, but I wouldn't wear shorts on a plane.
I wear shorts on all the planes. If I'm going somewhere warm.
Can't wait for
don't want
it to get
swamp
really
ass.
cold in there and you just freeze
Just
to death.
change when you get to the room.
No, I'll be fine. I'm not worried. I'm comfy. Can't believe you're packing in the morning. That's a wild take. What time are you leaving your house?
What time we leave? 7:30.
We're boarding at 6 something.
Yeah.
By the way,
probably
Kenneth,
6.
Kenneth does bring up a good point.
What did Kenneth say?
The airport is kind of mess right now.
It's a disaster right now.
Yes.
Why? Oh, because
You have
of
to
the
walk
renovations?
through
Yes.
the parking garage. You don't.
I'm getting dropped off.
That's what I'm
But
saying. But you have to walk through the parking garage
to
There's
get
no
dropped off.
door side drop off because they've torn
Really?
all that out.
The whole main stretch pavement is gone. Does not
Gone.
exist anymore.
Because
It's
they're
gone,
gonna-
Josh.
They're gonna
Gone.
build a big old canopy
I'm
Yeah.
excited for the new
The
airport.
Mayor Jean Canopy.
Yeah, I heard she came back from St. Louis today. Congratulations.
to run
Yeah.
for mayor
Yeah.
again.
I'm excited about the new canopy too. I'm look forward to experiencing it when 2064.
A friend of mine said that she wonders why that Jean would run again because people don't like her. I'm like, well, she's not here to hear the bad comments.
Also,
It's
people
fine.
like being in power. It's
It's
fun.
an easy
People do like
job.
being in power.
Yeah.
Ravi, other Ravi,
Oh.
says, wear suits on the plane like old-timey businessmen.
Yeah.
Oh, can you start smoking on the plane too?
Yeah, see?
I don't think that's allowed.
Well, they come around with the cart of an actual whole.
It's amazing. Last weekend I was in Pittsburgh, and now I'm going to Las Vegas, Sin City.
Excuse me, but can I put my hat up here in the stowage bin?
Mm,
Because you're all wearing
It's
fedoras.
a very
Yeah.
big hat.
Yeah, they're all
massive
fedoras.
hat.
They're all
Pedro
fedoras.
says,
It's got
hi,
a
guys.
feather in it.
Can you let the audience know when you are leaving so we can have a send-off party? Party emoji.
Can we get our social media team on this,
Alyssa.
where we walk out and we all get our clothes for the trip on?
Business
You
trip.
know?
Our
Can we get
Louis Vuitton
yeah, we-
bags.
It's a great idea.
Yeah.
Instead of luggage, we just have suitcases.
This would have been a nice little day in the life piece of just following around Nick, wide-eyed in wonderment Nick.
This
of
is-
being on an airplane.
Honestly, this is the thing that I am most excited about for this, just to observe Nick.
Yeah.
I'm going to do
Actually,
a lot of observing.
Nick, you
of
actually might want to get there a bit earlier because remember, you have that whole radio equipment gamut. that you
I
have
think
to-
I just have to go to a kiosk and
Everybody has to go to a kiosk.
hit some buttons.
Everybody has to
You're
go to a
pretty much there. Yeah, you figured it out. Mike says, how many planes has John gotten cold on? Hashtag planes are hot. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm wearing shorts.
No,
I always
no,
find
no, no.
planes
I always
warm.
remember planes being cold.
Yeah.
Last few,
Chilly.
there's been a couple of them this
Poll
year that
question.
have been pretty chilly.
That's a great poll
Are
question.
planes cold or hot?
I think they're hot.
I think I would stray more to cold.
Wow, this is crazy. I feel like I sweat all the time. on
Maybe you're
planes.
nervous.
No, I'm not nervous. I like it when there's turbulence. I think it's fun. I'm like, is this one of those times where the door is going to fly off?
You're like, hell yeah, it's like Lost.
Hope I buckle up.
I'm fine. Kelsey says planes are cold. Wow.
I think planes are cold.
I thought they
I mean,
were
I've
hot.
experienced both, but this year it seems like the planes have been
But you
colder.
think at the beginning of every year, the FAA is like, let's make our planes hot. this
That'd be
year."
awesome. It's 2024.
It could.
Just for fun.
I would imagine that it's almost entirely dependent on whether the sun is out or not. But
Like universal thermostat for every plane that they control.
Thank you to Otson. He has put out the poll question.
are planes hot or cold?
Our planes, yes. Oh, I'm going to go vote right now.
Yeah, vote cold. Vote cold 2024.
They're hot.
I
Oh,
would wear
hot,
shorts.
running away with it right now.
Like
100%.
2-0?
1-0.
I would wear shorts because of where we're going.
That's
the
why I'm wearing
desert,
That's funny.
but
I just voted, and cold is winning 100%.
What the hell?
Oh,
Twitter.
inaccurate counts. Hanging
Twitter, you're-
chads.
Nick, what were you saying? Sorry, I didn't mean to
I'll say,
interrupt you.
I feel like I should wear shorts, but the last time I was on a plane, it was cold. It was chilly, and I don't want to wear my shorts and be chilly for 2 hours.
3 hours. It's a 3-hour flight.
3 hours.
Three.
Sorry, the
hour
time change.
Sure.
Time change messed with me.
I was upset. I tried to log into Hulu today because I was like, I'll download Shogun and I'll watch. That can be part of my entertainment.
Have you read the book?
No. But for some reason, it wouldn't let me log in, even though I logged in on my computer. Very upset by this news. Trying to watch Shogun tomorrow.
I think I might read the book.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The show's awesome. John,
Sure
have you
it's
watched
great.
Shogun?
Sure, it's great.
Yeah. There's women get naked on the show. Oh, but the subtitles. You hate subtitles.
I don't want to read.
I don't want to read a book. I want to watch a TV show.
Well, if you've
My
got
patriotism.
attractive naked women and there are subtitles, you're gonna miss a ton of the plot because you ain't looking at the subtitles.
Don't worry, there's not a whole lot of speaking during those scenes. More kissing, vinegar kisses.
What?
Oh yeah, John wasn't here for
Yeah,
Vinegar
I don't
Kisses.
think you were here that day.
Oh wait, were you gone for this?
He was gone for Vinegar Kisses.
Oh,
What? Who was here?
I
Was it
thought it was
Jimmy?
him.
No, I don't
It
remember
was
this.
probably Jimmy
Michael?
or Josh. I don't think it was Michael.
Maybe it was Josh.
Why did we say that?
Because
What-
remember me and my
Salt and vinegar
high school
chips.
girlfriend and I, yeah, we'd watch movies and eat salt and vinegar chips.
Oh, good God!
So,
Are you kidding
that
me?
was yeah, that definitely happened.
Jeez.
so what was it? Was it called Movies and Vinegar
I got
Kiss?
it.
Vinegar
I wrote it
Kiss.
down.
Oh, you did?
Unbelievable.
Oh, was it like a name of a band?
Yeah,
Nick?
no, the band name was.
Oh,
Man, when the
I don't
people
talk to her
listen to
anymore. I hope
this-
she's doing okay.
After you guys are gone,
Hollister
They're gonna
clothes
go,
and
you know,
Vinegar
That's what it
Kisses.
was.
Hollister clothes and vinegar kiss.
That's just what it was like for Josh to be a preteen.
That was my I was a teenager. That was
Oh.
my senior year of high school. Ulster clothes and vinegar kisses. That's how I rolled back then.
Or that
man.
one time you threw that drink at that car or whatever.
And then he fought me.
Yeah, put that in there.
That guy was so mad. Oh.
By the way, a little bit later on,
You're close.
a little bit later on, we're going to have the press conference version of the Troy Dannon press conference.
Yeah, what's
the governor is speaking.
Yeah,
at this.
what kind of press conference is this?
Well, this isn't the press conference. This is the dog and pony. You know,
Have they done this before?
No, this is different. Where they have separated the introductory part from the press conference part, which I'm not against. Because sometimes
why?
in these settings, the questions get a little too fanboy, fangirl. But if you are in a formal press conference setting, you might get better questions. But why is the governor here?
Yeah.
Well, he was on the Board of Regents, right?
Yeah. He's not on the Board of Regents.
He loves, again, going back to Mayor Gene, he likes power. I don't know.
See, this is the part that makes me nervous.
He's got things to say.
We got too many damn politicians involved in this process. I get it. They have to because it's part of their job, but I'm not feeling good now.
It's quite the dog and pony show, certainly.
I was going to say something and I realized I probably shouldn't.
Oh.
I just don't want to talk about,
Troy Dannon?
No, not so much. It's just the look of one of his family members. The look on one of his family members' faces is so funny, right? That I'm
well,
I picture.
The kid?
Yeah.
I just don't know. Child. Yeah,
now
exactly.
You're going to be in trouble because guess what? Because guess who got in trouble?
What'd you do?
Remember when Matt Rule was introduced?
Yeah.
And they showed his family outside the stadium, and his son was wearing the Marty McFly life preserver jacket. And I did a side by side of him and Marty McFly. And people got mad at me.
Weren't they like, "Shut up, J boy"?
Yes.
Isn't that what it was?
Yes.
Stick to Creighton.
Don't talk about his family.
I can't believe you picked on a little kid. I wasn't big enough. It was funny because it was the same jacket.
Yeah. We had frost disease. That's the problem. We were too used to.
So I'm not going to compliment. I'm not going to say anything about his son.
No, we're in a new era. We're talking about families now.
Are we? He looks like a kid up there, miserable.
Yes.
Yeah.
He looks like a kid. Yeah.
He does.
I just want to go play Fortnite.
He's kind of got the cockeyed look at the side glance.
He wants to go watch Shogun.
Yeah, he wants to go play Minecraft and go on TikTok.
Why does he want to watch Shogun?
Because he's a kid, John. You remember being a kid? See, back then it was just
What does
magazine.
this kid want to do?
Watch Shogun. He wants to put on his Hollister clothes and have some vinegar.
I don't know about that. I think he's looking forward to hearing from the governor.
Honestly,
he's bored out of his mind right now, kid.
I'm looking forward to hearing about your vision, Mr.
Thank you. Take a screenshot and tweet out about him, Happer, and see what the people do on the internet.
I bet he's a Fortnite kid for sure, though. Zero chance he isn't.
Kina, he was this close to moving near the ocean. Yeah, now the poor kid's in Nebraska.
Yeah,
He's about to go to the ocean.
That's true.
He was so excited.
Mom, can we
I
go
love
to
the
the beach?
We have a beach house.
We're going to go to freaking Bob Carey Bridge.
Yeah, the Capitol is it Capitol Beach? Is that the place in Lincoln?
Capitol Beach.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go over there. I've never been there.
Maybe they'll
before.
go up to Lake Manawa. There's a beach there.
There you go. Go to Lake Manawa, kid.
They have access to a PJ, which is nice.
Oh, that'd be pretty cool as a kid.
The brand new PJ.
This kid probably thought like, oh man, I love the Pacific time zone. Sports are earlier. Now he's stuck.
Now
in
he's in
Central.
the Central time
No,
zone.
I'm 1 hour, 2 hours closer to the Eastern time zone.
He has to go to bed earlier. There's spring.
Oh, NCAA tournament games start at 10 p.m. now. Gross.
He's not that poor kid.
He just wants to play Fortnite.
By the way,
Fortnite.
Amy Justice tweeted Jim Pillen was involved in the AD search based on some comments Troy Dannon made. So that's probably why.
I
That's
know.
weird.
That's
Oh, I bet he was involved.
not a fan. Sorry. The politicians need to get their asses out of here.
Stick to politics.
Well, people like.
I know. Oh, but he was a football player. Yeah, I don't care.
How many people do you think voted for him just strictly because of that reason?
Oh, Nick.
He was a football player.
It's a dangerous question, my friend.
I
Fair.
think they voted for him because
He has
of
an
another
R
thing.
next to it.
Yeah.
No, I get that, but I wonder how many people
10.
for the other reason.
It's not very many.
What do you think they told that kid when he went up the stage? Like, just stand there, keep your hands in your pockets.
Yeah, don't touch anything.
Don't do anything.
That would be
Like,
that would be
Think about what we showed you on
Don't
Shogun
touch
last
it.
night.
if someone told me to stand up there and not do anything for 15 minutes, you know what I'd be doing? Everything. Yeah. I'd be doing the exact opposite of what they
moving around.
I would 100% just
finger ends up in your nose.
You always worry about the knee. Like everyone, for a musical, they'd be like, "Don't knock your knee." I never had to worry about it. Don't lock your knee. I never saw anybody fall over.
Neither did I.
You can
was
fall
kinda
over.
disappointed, too. I was kinda hoping it would happen.
Get very bored very quickly, and I don't know. Who knows what might happen?
Maybe thinking about a song that he likes in his head. Just
Poor kid's gonna be in all these pictures now. All he wants to do is
We'll end up in
have some
wedding
vinegar
photos.
kisses.
Oh, man, I know that life.
He's gonna end up in therapy because a couple of yahoos on local radio thought he looked like he was bored.
He's bored.
He's definitely bored. He probably wants to go on. What do kids of that age do? TikTok?
TikTok
Yeah.
and Fortnite.
Yeah, that guy wants to go.
That's all it
on
is.
TikTok,
He wants to
John.
watch. How old do you think he is?
Well, looks like he's
He
12.
wants
He's younger than 12.
He wants to go.
I don't know. I see college kids now, and I'm like, you look like a baby.
Yeah.
But when I was in college, I was like, I'm a grown man.
Yeah,
Look
but
at
you
me.
weren't.
Oh,
That
hell
is
no.
weird to think about.
It is though, but like the average college kid, they look like babies. But then you watch like basketball or football, and they look like old men.
Yeah,
They do. They do.
seriously.
Kid.
That's
Except
what
for
they talk.
sometimes their faces. It's like that's where you can tell they're a little kid. It's like, wow, you look like a child.
It's always
In the face. That's a hangover quote.
got taste.
All right.
Holy 4 children. Holy crap, 4 kids.
Fucking
It's not that early. 2 of that's a lot of.
It's a lot compared to what people are having.
Well, what about on the farms? On the farms, they have all the children.
As someone who grew up on the farms, I'm an only child.
People forget
I
about
was
farm.
an only child when I was 15, but
Hudson
people
says,
aren't having kids anymore.
what happened to the audio? Am I having a stroke? Am I drowning? I don't know.
Are we under the sea?
I don't know. Under the sea.
No. Did that help, Odson? I just did something
Okay.
because I had the presser going.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it.
Oh,
messed with
Nick. Yesterday he's watching Shohei. He told me during one of the commercials, he's like, by the way, Creighton's down. Like, what? What's happening?
Baseball.
Yes, it's so weird. I don't understand.
Sports Nick.
Yeah.
They went down in the
Sports
RPI,
Nick.
by the way.
I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah. You did fix it, by the way, Nick. So thank you.
Cool. So that was the reason.
All right. So don't do that again.
Don't put up the press conference.
Well, then how are we going to run the press conference later?
I mean, it's already doing it right now.
What?
He's speaking. Troy Dannon's speaking.
Yeah.
No. The press conference part, though.
Oh, is this not the press conference?
This is
No,
the
no.
introductory.
This is the introductory thing in front of all the hobnobbers and the politicians.
It's the
Then they're
pregame.
going to go down to where Matt Rule does the post game.
And that's where the
And that's where all
scribes
the
are.
scribes are being held against their will.
Well, nice.
That's
we
why
didn't
we
want
can't
you
have
in the
Sim today.
room with all of the hoity-toity.
Well, I mean,
folks.
they are in the room. They're tweeting out pictures. They're just not allowed to ask any questions.
Well,
up
only
there.
certain ones are in there because
Oh,
they
okay.
feel more hoity-toity.
Luke
Do they
Mullen
all
is in
ride
there.
the elevator down together?
Oh, that sounds
probably.
horrible.
Hey, wait for me. Don't start without me. Oh, crap. We can't start because Aaron got stuck on the elevator.
Just like Bob Diaco that one time.
Nice. Good reference.
That was a good reference.
He didn't, though.
No.
That was a lie.
All right. Well,
Okay.
have fun in Las Vegas. We'll miss you in Detroit.
I hope you can have a good broadcast without your assistant.
I'm going to have to hire out. I'm
Yeah.
going to have to find some random guy in Detroit. Hey, could you be my production
You
assistant?
are going to need somebody to sit next to Nick. So that way he doesn't physically harm that person, just a random guy.
Well,
So-
he'll probably just turn and start hitting me.
That's good because I wouldn't want a random person to just get slapped every once in a while.
That's assault, brother.
But it's cool.
Would be pretty hilarious if he's sitting there and all of a sudden poor Mike DeCourcy catches an elbow in the ribs.
Ah!
Oh, this is not what I signed up for.
Mike DeCourcy, friend of the group.
He was at there.
He was sitting right behind
because
us.
he lives in Pittsburgh.
I saw Kugler's going to be in Detroit too. Maybe Kevin will sit next to Nick.
on
and-
the
that would-
show. We
that
could all
would-
be on the show.
that would be
That
perfect.
would be great, actually.
Yeah, let's get Kevin on, too.
Get Kugler.
That sounds awesome.
Kevin got elbowed in the ribs a few times.
By, yeah,
By Nick.
as you guys were just yelling insane things.
Many insane.
I finally
Really?
heard some of the clips this morning.
It really rubbed off on me, man. I couldn't contain myself. Like I started
Nick
fist
rubbed
bumping
off
and
on you.
absolutely like sitting next to those guys is an
You need
insane
to talk to HR?
experience.
Are you okay?
It's wild.
Apparently,
Couldn't control myself. All of
He
a sudden,
couldn't either.
I was fist bumping and I was,
And suddenly you were rubbing off on other
I
people
was
too.
yeah, stuff like that. Like
When you guys said Jason Green and Nick, the way Nick described it was like an exorcism. Jason Green. The power of Christ compels you. Oh. All right. See you in Vegas.
Yep.
okay,
See you in Vegas.
There's Connor Apple,
I'll
ladies and
probably-
gentlemen.
We'll see you at the airport.
See you at the airport.
mm-hmm.
That goes to Vegas.
That goes
Nice.
to Vegas.
Nice.
All right, let's get a program started on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Another very chilly Tuesday with temperatures staying in the 30s throughout the day, and we're going to keep the breeze with us as well. Tomorrow, we start our temperatures in the upper teens, low 20s. Eventually, we warm into the 40s with a southeast breeze and partly cloudy skies. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Trees, are they all the same? Not at OMAHA. Grown from a quality seed source, handcrafted in our local farms for generations, and acclimated to our tough Midwestern climate, OMAHA's trees are different. Simply put, they're better. Much like our trees, we take great pride in being homegrown. Visit our garden center to find your next tree today. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. OMAHA Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
When I heard the words, "you have breast cancer," I said, I have no idea what I'm going to do. My OBGYN called me and said, I know exactly what we're going to do, which led me to Nebraska Cancer Specialists. From day one, I felt that I was at the right place. There were some pretty rough times, but together we are stronger and they are there for you. You do not feel that you are alone.
NebraskaCancer.com.
Hey, Omaha dog lovers, get ready for more wags and more fun. Hound HQ, your dog's favorite spot for daycare, boarding, and top-notch grooming, is now open. At Hound HQ, there's plenty of space for a pup to sleep, play, and everything in between. Plus, our expert groomers are here to ensure your furry family member always looks fabulous. Join our pack on Facebook and Instagram at The Hound HQ, or visit our website, thehoundhq.com, and sign up your dog today. Hound HQ, more wags, more fun.
Hey, goodbye to busted brackets. Right now, FanDuel is going to let you bet on every game of the tournament, whether you're betting on a big upset or one seed, and they do get upset. It's time to go dancing on America's #1 sportsbook, because right now, Nick, new customers, we're looking at you. You can get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins.
That's right. And we're in the Sweet 16. We don't want to hear about your busted bracket anymore. Make good on that. That's $200 to use on point spreads, money lines. You can even pick who's going to win it all. Just visit FanDuel.com, promo code ZONE. That's FanDuel.com/zone, and bet on college hoops until they cut down the nets. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
His voice is often mistaken for a dial tone. He is the most uninteresting man in the world.
Hi, I'm Bob Berger. I'm still the most uninteresting man in the world. But if you're tired of losing sleep over business and personal taxes, payroll and employee benefits, financial statements and QuickBooks, call me.
Call Berger, Elliott, and Pritchard CPAs at 402-551-1919 or visit BEPCPA.com.
A DJ spinning songs, cheeseburgers, raffles, and more. Just a random Saturday? Nope. It's the Spring Open House at Les Hills Harley-Davidson. Come in, join the fun, and swing your leg over a genuine Harley-Davidson. I-29 at the Glenwood exit and at LesHillsHD.com.
If you're looking for a safe and reliable vehicle to get you through all types of winter weather and more, Baxter Subaru has you covered. Symmetrical all-wheel drive comes standard on nearly all Subaru models and provides you better traction, improved stability, and maximized performance on wet and snowy roads. So hop in the driver's seat of a new Outback, Forester, or Crosstrek now at Baxter Subaru Omaha. Shop our great sales and service deals now during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at BaxterSubaruOmaha.com.
Progressive presents 10 things on a plumber's to-do list that are harder than getting a small business insurance quote. Waking up for 5 a.m. plumbing disasters, finding out why water is pouring from the ceiling while telling a customer to leave the room, replacing a pipe in a home from the 1800s, then dealing with invoices or your awkward apprentice or that really weird smell, and then there's breathing and eating and, of course, clogs. But the easiest thing on any small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you could save on the business insurance that's right for you. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliated and third-party insurers.
Welcome to this episode of RV Ready, brought to you by Leach Camper Sales in Council Bluffs. Looks like the great outdoors is calling.
Indeed.
Thought I'd remind folks to head outside again.
Love that idea.
I know Leach Camper Sales has a great website.
LeachCamper.com.
Folks can browse the inventory and then head over to Leach Camper Sales in Council Bluffs and then head out to see me. And don't forget, the coffee's always on. Of course it is.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, acne, and others. Some current studies include low T, COPD, flu, pediatric, infant, and RSV. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact online. See current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
What goes perfect with the madness of March? The convenience of Cubby's downtown in the Old Market, 13th and Jackson. And if you're gearing up to watch the game, Cubby's has what you need. You'll find a full meat counter with steaks, burgers, chicken, and homemade brats. Hot and fresh deli food, including Chester's Chicken and Godfather's Pizza Express. Pop, water, beer, and a full liquor department. See you at Cubby's Old Market, the very best in convenience. Open 24 hours at 13th and Jackson.
So with Sol's Jewelry and Loan dealing with designer bags, what is another option that our clients have if they don't want to actually sell their item?
If you're looking to borrow some money, you don't necessarily want to get rid of it. We can hold on to it for safekeeping until you're ready to come pick it back up.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, I guess I was wrong. It sounds like Nebraska is going to be introducing at least one new sport.
What's that?
Well, we'll find out.
All right. I'm excited. New sports.
Fun.
This is a great new athletic director.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
The introductory part of the proceedings are done, and now Troy Dannon going to take the happy pictures and then go downstairs and meet with the scribes, and we'll carry that part of the day's proceedings coming up on today's Grum. Welcome, everybody, to this Tuesday as we're all getting ready to go our separate ways. Me one way and you guys the other. You guys got the better time zone and the better weather.
Much better weather. But you get to watch the sports live, John.
I get to watch the sport live.
You get it live.
Nice.
I do get it live.
Mm-hmm.
Let's quickly get you to a Grum Down today, brought to you by the Rooferys. And John Higgins, Weather Guard. Troy Dannon, Nebraska Athletic Director.
Nice.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7.
Hell yeah. A little later than normal today.
The St. Louis Chiefs. The Portland Royals. There's kind of an important election happening next week.
Oh, I thought you were talking about November.
That would impact maybe a few folks in this area.
Mm-hmm.
The big, bad basketball conference.
Oh, why are you doing this? You're about to leave and you're just lighting everything on fire before you head out.
Folks not happy with their tip-off times.
I was going to say,
hand.
Are you talking about yourself?
The snow was not done.
What? Doesn't look like it snowed today, John. It looks cloudy outside, as always.
Yada, 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 Shohei. And the NFL is changing everything.
They are changing a lot.
They are changing a lot.
Yeah.
A lot more than I thought they would.
Yeah, me too.
But there you go. Referees Grum Down brought to you by Referees John Higgins, Weather Guard. And again, we will take you to the press conference portion of the Troy Dannon Day of Reckoning. But as I mentioned in the tease.
Yeah, he said some stuff.
Well, I was watching along in the YouTube. And, when you got the YouTube muted, sometimes on your television, when you mute it, it goes to closed captioning.
Which you hate.
No, I don't mind
See,
closed captioning.
this is an argument
when it's muted.
for subtitles. Subtitles good.
But apparently, Troy Dannon is going to prepare you for sex success.
Oh, wow.
So apparently they're adding a new sport.
Man, this is going to be
New
interesting.
varsity sport.
Let's hope that Nebraska can do good at the sex success.
Congrats on the sex success.
Indeed. Say that 5 times fast. It's
Yeah.
pretty difficult.
He thinks the guy at YouTube might be a little lonely today.
Well, no,
Got
that's
his
just
mind-
that's
got his
just
mind
It's
somewhere.
auto-generated.
Yeah, it's auto. It's
You can
AI.
Oh, so the Autobots are a little lonely.
Autobots assemble.
What
Or
Google
is it
actually
it's the Decepticons.
It is.
They're coming
the
for us.
Decepticons.
What Google actually does is they can pay you, and you can go into any YouTube video, and they'll pay you to transcribe it because if their AI gets it wrong.
Well, they definitely got this one wrong.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They got this one wrong.
At least I think they did.
Yeah, we
Maybe
weren't
he actually
listening.
did. Maybe he actually did say it's more than, hey, we're going to prepare you for sex success.
Dave Fight says that he did trip over the word success a few times. So maybe he did. It's like the drop. Continue the good sex in the Big East. Thank you, Jimmy. So maybe that's what happened.
Okay.
Maybe that's what happened. By the way, since you're going to poke fun at the Big Ten later, Hot Danger has come to the defense of, I assume he's a Nebraska
The Big
fan.
Ten?
The Big Least lost all their NIT games.
Oh, no.
Come on, Hot Danger.
Their NIT
Hot Danger.
games?
What are you doing, bro? Come on.
Oh, no.
Come on, Hot Danger.
You mean the NIT that people were opting out of?
Come on, man. Come on. That's a horrible comeback. That's a horrible comeback.
And by the way, when did Nebraska fan get all defensive about the Big Ten?
They do it
I
in
thought we
basketball.
hated the Big Ten.
No, they do it in basketball when the person talking is a Creighton person. That's what I've noticed. I've learned this season. I think I've learned it over the last few seasons. But the Big East is overrated really does come for. See, there you go from Jordan. The Big East is the middest of mid majors. Everyone's just
That just describes to me people who are ignorant of basketball.
I think it's a good conference.
I mean, it was the second best conference in the country according to old Ken Pomeroy.
You don't like Ken Pom. What does Buddy Bart say?
Again, I haven't found the tab yet. Bart hasn't shown me the tab yet. Maybe because Bart's hiding it from me.
Interesting. He didn't respond to my tweet. I tried to get him on the show. I said my co-host adores you, and he didn't respond.
Well,
so it's not
that's
my
probably the thing that scared him the most.
Maybe he just doesn't respond to people.
It's
on
not
Twitter.
my fault that he didn't come on.
It kind of is. You started it.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, you.
Remember? Are you down?
Right, but like
Remember-
you also asked him in
yeah.
a normal way.
Are you down?
Maybe telling him that John adored him was also creeping him out.
I thought
probably
it was.
would.
I thought it was fun.
He didn't want a parasocial relationship with John.
Jordan adds Mountain West greater than Big Least. Oh, now an email from Zach. See, look at what you're doing. Now everyone's coming out to defend the Big Ten.
Here we go.
Who cares? Who cares? Why are you cheering for conferences? This is so weird. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking because I know you're just trying to have a little fun. Who cares? The Big Ten.
No, I went to work on this today because I was curious for my own
Zach says,
edification.
people pushing the conference records narrative are intellectually lazy and neglecting context. But Zach, last week you were doing the same thing, trying to defend the Big Ten. I just am so tired of all this. Who cares? Can't you just watch the basketball? Who cares? Can't you, John? Can't you just watch the basketball?
Famously, the Big Ten hasn't won a national title since 2000.
Bingo! Why are Husker fans defending this conference? You
remember,
hate the
Nebraska
Big
wasn't
Ten.
in that league for the first
You
half.
hate it. You say it's boring.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, it's like the Star Wars fan, right? That saying nobody hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans.
Yeah.
Nobody hates the Big Ten more than Big Ten fans.
All right.
Oh, now Doug is getting involved. We should call it the Meh East.
Doug,
that's a good one, Doug.
It's time for you to log off, Doug. Go touch some grass, Doug.
Big Least is way better.
It's way better. Yes.
Meh
Meh East doesn't even make sense. It doesn't start with an M. It's not the Mig East. It's the Big East.
Right.
That doesn't make sense. Oh my gosh.
If you're going to insult, at least be good.
Thank you.
Oh, God.
Big Least. Fantastic.
Look at what you did. Now I'm coming to the defense of I don't even know what I'm arguing right now.
I haven't even proffered any opinion yet.
It's
or even thrown out any stats.
It's like
I haven't
that
done a thing.
It's like,
it was just a tease.
But everyone has to come defend the conference because that's what the team plays in.
You
Who
realize?
cares?
Let's review. It says the big bad basketball conference. You know, sometimes that can mean good.
But
it's just like when
Oh.
Nick says he kept saying sick about everything.
That's
like last
fat.
night we were
Dude,
we were
that of
exchanging.
all the things to be sick, what Nick thought was sick, what was it even? I don't even now. I have to open up.
I don't even know, but it was dumb.
It was very dumb.
But sometimes people say,
that's yeah.
That's one big bad dude, man.
That's cold.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it could be a complimentary thing, but all you Big Ten defenders come swooping in on your freaking
Big Ten mobile,
which by the way is a freaking Model T. Auga.
So here's what it was. Nick asked,
get the crank
what
out to start
order
it.
to put the score in? Remember, is it 3-6 or 6-3?
Yes.
And I told him, and he said, sick.
I said
That is not
sick.
sick.
Thank you. It
That's
is.
not sick.
Yes.
No, Nick, that is not something to say sick about. Something to say sick about is like, hey, John is buying us lunch today. Oh, sick.
That is sick.
Not here to describe scores. You say 6-3. Oh, sick. No, that's not sick. It's just grammar.
It's just grammar.
Do you say that to your
Sports
teacher?
grammar.
Adjective, sick. No.
All
She's
right.
so pissed off.
As we continue, by
Pretty
the way,
tired.
if you want to text and keep polluting Josh's mentions.
Yeah, can't wait to read
42 degree.
I'm
42
just seeing-
degree, the source side. See, he's pre-triggered because he knows tomorrow's going to be a pain in the ass.
It's going to be a long
having
day.
to travel with Nick.
Yeah.
42
Where am
degrees
I gonna
source
do my
hotline, 402-951-1620. You can also hit us up, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620 or the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Or if you're stuck in the way deep past, like those of you Big Ten defenders are,
like Douglas,
you can email us 5011 capital
Mail
Ave.
us.
Snail mail.
Yeah.
5011. Is it 5011 or 5010?
5011.
5011 capital Ave, Omaha,
68132.
68132.
Yeah.
It's called a zip code.
Indeed it is.
For the Youngs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Troy Dannon will be at the podium
Again.
answering questions from the
A
scribes.
different podium.
Yeah.
So weird.
Curious if anyone does follow up on the sex success.
Great question,
If they're
John.
going to be adding a new varsity sport.
Mm-hmm.
1620 the zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. You know, opening day is just 2 days away, and you could jump right into all the action with the Circus Sports Iowa app. They offer lines for every single game, from fun props to run totals, and of course their tight money line splits that rarely go any higher than -110. They also don't hold as much money on large market bets, and when you're on a nice winning streak, they won't limit your account either. They want you to stay on that roll. There are also real people behind the Circus Sports Iowa app. If you run into any issues at all, email them, shoot them a tweet, and they will get you sorted out as soon as they possibly can. No AI, no chatbots, just real life human beings. Check out the Circus Sports Iowa app anywhere in the state of Iowa today and don't go back. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
There's no need to hunt for the prize eggs. They're waiting for you at the 42 Degrees Easter sale. Hop on in and fill your basket with drastically reduced prices on premium cannabis, CBD, Delta, premium kratom, American glass up to 50% off, and disposables up to 75% off. The Easter sale at 42 Degrees, your destination for top-tier cannabis, second to none product selection, and exceptional service. 42 Degrees, by your mom's house.
Together, banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Hi, friends. Kent Pavelka courtside getting ready for this year's matchup between the Average Roofing Companies and the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The average roofers are just that, average at best, not very impressive. The Rooferees, above and beyond the opponent, more dependable, service that exceeds the norm, good sportsmanship, fairness, and integrity. You know them, you love them, and they're ready to win for you. Make the right call with John Higgins Weather Guard. It's tip-off time with the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Make the right call.
I'm Omar Reese with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The AFC coaches got together for their annual breakfast at the league meeting in Orlando Monday, spilling a lot of tea in the process, starting in Pittsburgh, where Mike Tomlin reiterated Monday that while Russell Wilson is in, quote, pole position to win the starting quarterback job, Justin Fields will get ample opportunity to show what he can do as well. Elsewhere, Broncos head coach Sean Payton was asked if Denver could move up in the draft to grab a quarterback. Payton called that scenario, quote, realistic. The Jets said Monday they expect Aaron Rodgers to be a full participant at their spring practices next month and in May as he recovers from Achilles surgery, while the Bengals say Joe Burrow has had no setbacks since his season-ending wrist injury and could have resumed throwing soon. And the hip drop tackle is no more. NFL owners voted to make the controversial move where a defender drops to the ground to drag a ball carrier down illegal due to its increased injury risk. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online. Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
On the battlefield, there's a saying, America's military men never leave a warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Oddly, he's interesting because he's so uninteresting. He is the most uninteresting man in the world.
Hi, I'm Bob Berger. Don't settle for anyone more interesting. Let's get to work on your business and personal taxes, payroll and employee benefits, QuickBooks and retirement planning. Call me.
Call Berger, Elliott, and Pritchard CPAs at 402-551-1919 or visit bepcpa.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can check if you're paying too much for home insurance, because giving you options is the right thing to do.
Oh, you mean like when I let someone with less groceries go ahead in line? Sure, there's a part of me that thinks, if you only need 3 things, maybe go to a convenience store next time. And now they're sifting through coupons and my frozen foods are about to be not frozen.
But still, it's the right thing to do. So compare rates with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Maverick baseball and softball are underway, and single-game tickets are on sale now. This Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, the weather is perfect as Maverick baseball takes on 2023 CWS qualifier Oral Roberts at Tal Anderson Field. Omaha softball is on a 15-game win streak and plays Creighton on April 2nd, and Maverick baseball takes on Creighton on April 9th. Don't miss these classic matchups at Maverick Park. Get your tickets now by calling 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/ticks.
Are you ready to embrace warmer weather and score tickets hassle-free? Look no further than Tickets for Less. It's your local ticket headquarters right here in Omaha at 145th and West Center Road. Say goodbye to hidden fees and hello to transparent upfront pricing. Plus, use the promo code THEZONE at checkout and save big at ticketsforless.com. From sports to concerts and everything in between, TFL has you covered. If you have a question, call them today. 402-398-1999. With unrivaled customer service, every seat holds a story. Find yours and save with the code THEZONE. Now at ticketsforless.com.
Tickets for Less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
You are not quite looking live at the stage in Lincoln, the new press room where Matt Rule likes to do his post-game press conferences. That's where Troy Dannon will be addressing the media for the first time officially as the new athletic director at Nebraska. After the whirlwind tour that, think about it. Exactly 1 week ago, Troy Dannon was still the athletic director at Washington, and I bet 99.9999999% of you didn't even know that, me included.
Oh, yeah. I'm not even going to pretend like I knew who
I'd
this guy
forgotten
was.
that Washington even had a new AD because the old one left for USC. And now Washington needs another AD.
No, they hired a guy.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they hired a Washington State's athletic director who was just trying to save the conference. You missed this? Oh, it was probably while you were on your way into the station today. So, yeah.
So that happened today?
That happened today, yeah. It happened
Isn't it
earlier.
amazing how these really, really, really important jobs, some of them it takes forever to fill, like the president of a university, but an athletic director or a head coach, you can, 24 hours later. What was the challenge that Greg Byrne at Alabama gave himself? 72
hours. And they got it
in like 38 or something stupid like that.
Yeah.
For the head coach, replacing the greatest coach of all time.
As listener Andrew pointed out, the guy that replaced Moose when he left for Nebraska is now replacing Dannon after he left for Nebraska. Indeed.
And you wonder why sometimes it feels like everything is just recycled.
By the way,
it kind of feels that way.
I always forget about the new setup now with the desks and everything for the scribes so they can type away. They don't have to have the laptops on their lap.
Yeah, apparently they've added some pictures in there too.
Who's this man who looks like a Secret Service agent?
Secret Servant?
Would be the, I believe that is Mr. Kaborik, the interim president.
Oh, so it's about time, isn't it? Is this what's going down?
Yeah.
Is Nick about to send it to the press conference?
And
I extended your coaches. Bye.
And I
Fingers
believe,
crossed.
Fingers crossed. For those of you on the video stream, you'll be able to hear this too. But let's go to Lincoln and see if this works.
It's really important for me to find somebody that has that Nebraska work ethic and somebody that was smart, strategic. We all know college athletics is rapidly changing. So needed somebody who was thinking around, seeing around the corner before it happened to us. Somebody who was aligned with our vision for excellence across the institution, not just on the athletic field, but in the classroom, in the research lab, and in our outreach mission across the university. Someone who would need a lot of onboarding, who was familiar with the Big Ten room, and would be a voice in those conversations about everything that's going on in college athletics. Someone who had football experience and football chops, who could be a great partner with Coach Rule and helping him get back Husker football back to where it needs to be. Someone who would fight like heck for our student athletes and our coaches. And maybe most important to me, somebody who wanted to be on Team Nebraska, who understands the special place this is and the special people that we have here, and who understands what a privilege and a responsibility it is to wear the red N, and who would lead us with integrity and competitiveness. So I'm glad to say we found that guy in Troy Dannon. So Troy, welcome to Nebraska.
I would ask when we get to the Q&A if you'll just identify yourself and your affiliation when you ask Troy a question. That'd be great.
Well, good afternoon. I'm going to say this knowing full well my background's in communications, public relations, and I started in sports formation. But I really look forward to working with you. It's an honor to be here. It's a privilege to be here. It's actually something that I never imagined would ever happen in my career here. I've talked a lot about the where. I talked a little bit today about the why, but the what's really important. I'm going to tell you one quick story, and maybe it's too long of a story, but it's about the what. There's 168 hours in a week. Our student athletes sleep 7 hours a night. That means there's 119 left. I'll give them 2 hours a day to eat, sleep, grab something, run to the restroom, call their mom. So that's another 14. So we're down to 105 hours left in the week. They go to class 15 hours a week. They're down to 90. And we tell them to study 2 hours for every hour they're in class, but they don't. They study 1 for 1 maybe. So now we're down to 75 hours left in the week, and they haven't touched a ball. They haven't run. They haven't been in the athletic facilities at all. The NCAA says you get 20 hours to do it. So now we're down from 75 to 55. So they get 55 hours left in the week. And studies have shown that they do commit another 20 hours of their time each week to their craft, whatever that craft is. Time that doesn't count in what the NCAA measures. So that's 35 hours left in the week. Our student athletes, 550 of them, they commit to having 35 hours in the week that's their time. Everything else, they're trying academically, they want to get the degree, they're trying competitively, they want to become better, they want to participate. And I talked about winning in there. When people put as much time, effort, and energy into being as good as they can be, they deserve to win. They want to win academically, they want to win socially. They're committing time that as a college student, I never would have imagined I'd been capable of doing in order to have success. That's why the 335 or 355 people rather in this department have one commitment. And it is not to put themselves in a position to succeed, but it's to put those athletes in a position to succeed. We know what they do. The time, dedication, effort they give is something special. So when I come here because this is a place I know you can win. I know we can resource them. I know we can recruit them. I know we're going to be able to retain them, but we're going to be able to have success. There are very few places like this. Maybe you can name them on one hand, but for me, I can name one. And that's the job that fortunately enough, 1 week ago, Chris asked me to fill. So with that said, it's question time. I've only got a half a bottle of water. If we need another bottle, I'll surely grab one. So fire away.
You mentioned the collective. Why do you feel it's important in your role to have a relationship with that collective?
Because the number one commitment to success is to the student athlete. And as I mentioned, in the day, that might have been providing a strength coach. In the day, that might have been a laptop. In the day, that might have been a coach who was going to prepare them for the next level. In the day. Today's day is there is a sharing of resources with the student athletes. And so if we're going to compete, if we're going to recruit and retain, everybody in this department has to support what lies ahead for student athletes to be a part of the economic model of this. Today, it's NIL. Tomorrow, it's going to be something different, and we will pivot and evolve into that. But so it would not, I would be missing if I tried to avoid the reality of what the name of the game is today. There are a lot of things. I joke when I went to Tulane, there are no such thing as a transfer portal. Nobody ever contemplated NIL. There was no such thing as a lot of what we're dealing with today. So I will be beside and embrace everybody in the collective and try to make sure our athletes and our coaches know the role of the collective in helping them do their job and helping build winning programs and helping the student athletes benefit from the revenue that's driven by this enterprise.
Troy, Eric Olson with the Associated Press. As you, with your Iowa ties, I'm sure that you've probably have followed what's going on here, even though you were at Tulane and Washington and other places. I guess kind of what was your observation as you've kind of watched the football program do what it's been doing, and how far off do you think it is?
Well, you ask yourself the internal question, why not? And I don't know that. I do know, though, why. I do know the model of what it takes for success. Part of the attraction of this particular job at this particular time is to work with Matt. I've known him for a while. I respect him. Here's the thing about Coach Rule that I really admired at Temple. Nobody ever won the week after they played Temple. Nobody ever won. They were physical. They were tough. You knew it was going to be the most physical game of the year. And that's Big Ten football. I've seen him win at two different places where he came in and when I say built it from scratch, but I don't know if it was from scratch as much as turn it quickly. And when he was hired, I even said this to Trev. I mean, put that guy in this gold mine and great things are going to happen. And so, I don't know as much, or frankly, do I even care about maybe the why not? I care about the why now and what can happen. And, part of it, Matt and I have talked a little bit. We're going to be attached to the hip for a while because I need to know what he needs from me in this department in order to succeed. My job, and I told this analogy at different places. Nobody gets it, but I'm a Midwest snowplow. My job is to be out in front, plowing things out of the way so they can run uninterrupted behind me. And when I say me, I mean the department. I represent the 335 people that work in the department. So get obstacles out of the way so they can succeed. And it's Matt's job, and I've told him this already, it's his job to identify the obstacles, and we'll get them out of the way.
Troy, Jake Bartecki, News Channel Nebraska. The stadium renovation project, what do you know about it? What do you like? What can you share about plans for that?
Yeah, I really don't know anything about it, quite honestly. I read, when it comes across the ticker in the morning, right? You read about it, but I don't know the fundamentals. It will be something that I have to get myself up to speed on very, very quickly. I think I have some meetings as early as Thursday, starting to try to learn a little bit about it. I will say this, and it's true with anything. If it helps us win, great. If it doesn't help us win, I want to win. And so the assessment of anything that we do, stadium, any facility, any infrastructure, any person we hire, any dollar we invest, does it help us win? Does it help us win academically? Does it help us win socially? Or does it help us win on the field? Those are the criteria by which every dollar we spend should be measured.
Troy, Adam Kruger with CBS in Omaha. When it came to this job, when it came open, there was no permanent president in place, and the AD had abruptly just left. Why didn't that deter you or make you hesitant?
Hey, the average lifespan of a president in college in the NCAA at this level is about 4.5 years. If you've been in this game long enough, presidents transition. We transition. Everybody transitions. Players transition. So number one, don't get caught up in the who and the timing of transitions. As I said, my biggest question was alignment. Regardless of who the players are, is the alignment in place in order for us to have success? And my recipe analogy, I really believe in. All the pieces are there to make what we want to make. But in order for the recipe to be complete, you have to have alignment. And so from the time I talked to the governor, to a lot of my discussions with Chris, to just the questions I would poke around a little bit to find out, I'm fully convinced, and I was fully convinced before the job offer came, that the alignment is here in order to succeed.
Troy, Zach Carpenter with Inside Nebraska back here. Yeah. You were at Washington for 6-7 months, then you leave. And I mean, your predecessor left here after I think a lot of people thought he was going to be around a long time. So I think a lot of Nebraska fans are curious to know, why is this going to be different? Why is your tenure here going to be different than your short time at Washington?
I'll say this. I've had 4 jobs. I spent 17 years at the High School Association in Des Moines in Iowa. Spent 8 at Northern Iowa. I spent 8 at Tulane, almost 8 at Tulane. The stint at Washington was as much about Nebraska as it was about Washington. I could have stayed at Washington forever if Nebraska had not called. And so, the why, and people can worry about that. Number one, and this is a transfer portal related response. A lot of my job the last couple of years has been reminding everybody that it is about this. It is not about this. Players come and go, coaches come and go, athletic directors come and go, but it is about this, the name on the front, and reminding them of that. Number two, and one of the things, and we haven't talked about this, but I suggested to Chris, I asked that my buyout be different. I wanted my buyout to be every dollar that was left on the contract. That doesn't happen. But, for the people who want to question commitment, I wanted to make sure I showed my own financial commitment to the fact that I wanted to be here. I'm 57. I didn't think I had another move when I went to Washington. I didn't go to Washington to move. But coming here, it's more than locale. And the people and the place is a lot of this. But when you put people, place, and the ability to do everything that you aspire to do professionally, there just aren't other places.
Hey, Troy, Sean Callahan with Husker Online. Just being in Big Ten AD, how big of an advantage is that now going forward in college athletics when you're in the Big Ten or even the SEC?
I think the world is going to revolve around the Big Ten and the SEC. I think we saw it with the college football playoff revenue distribution model that came out. I'm really, really impressed with Commissioner Petitti. I've been around a lot of commissioners. I love his vision. I love his aggressiveness. You want to be at the place. I I'll use the Thanksgiving analogy. I sat at the kids' table for a long time. I wanted to be at the grown-ups table, and not in a negative way, but the Big Ten is the table to sit at, because that's where decisions will be made. That's where the future will be determined, and that's where fate will be set. And you want to be in those positions rather than wait for somebody else to determine those things for you. So, if I ever left Tulane, it was going to be because of the Big Ten or the SEC, because I want to be at those tables.
Right, Aaron Sorensen, Counter Aid. Kind of with that in mind, Nebraska's AAU status, the college football landscape, not just college football, college athletics landscape continues to change. And as the Big Ten becomes more powerful in the SEC, no one wants to lose their footing. So I'm curious about getting Nebraska back into the AAU and how that can then benefit what you're going to be able to do on the athletic side.
Well, first, if an athletic director could have influence in the AAU, that would be great. But I do know the metrics, and I understand the metrics from my time at Tulane, sitting at the president's cabinet, discussing AAU almost at every meeting. Obviously, Washington is an AAU, so I understand what it takes. I understand there's a commitment to getting back in the AAU, and I really appreciated that, because you know why? I want to be the best. I want to surround myself with the best. In a lot of ways, sometimes you're defined by who you dance with. And so the idea of the institution being, it is an elite research institution. It should be identified with the other elite research institutions. And I know that commitment's there, and to the role, to the extent that we can help, we're going to be as good in athletics as the university is as a whole. We are not our own entity. Even in Nebraska, we are not our own entity. And we got to understand, we need to be collaborative, and we need to help each other in any way we can. And if there's a way that we can assist in the pursuit, we will. I do have a little bit of background and knowledge, and I don't know whether the president's ever going to call on me, but if he does, I'll be there. Thanks.
What does it look like to fight for student athletes and coaches in Big Ten and NCAA meetings?
So in those rooms, they are frightfully provincial. Those who fight successfully fight on behalf of the whole, not on behalf of their own. It's incumbent upon me in those rooms to understand where our own fit in the whole. And how do we fight for our own? By fighting for the whole. And I think I have a pretty good idea. But those who stand up and it's me, my, our versus we, us, they don't get as far, and they don't get people to listen to them. So there's a collaborative piece to this. But I will also tell you this, I can't wait for the day to stand up and call the supervisor of officials and complain about a call, because I do it all the time. And you have to advocate and defend when your students are put in a less than advantageous position. And at the same time, there are ways to do it. I'm not one who believes in doing it through the media. I'm one who believes in doing it through phone calls. And I talked to Chris about this. There's going to be a time when I'm going to ask my president to call the commissioner and say this, that, or the other thing. That's how things get done in reality. But I will also not be afraid to speak very transparently, very public about what I believe. Process and getting those things addressed. I'm not sure arguing in where we buy ink by the barrels is the right place to do it from an effectiveness standpoint.
Is there an example? Maybe this didn't happen at Washington yet, but is there an example at Tulane that you can recall where you affected change in a positive way?
Oh, I'm just sitting here and hem and haw. Nothing comes to the top of my mind. But the reason I got involved in all the governance stuff when I was at Tulane was to understand the mechanics of what really happens and how it happens, to understand who the players are, who the voices are that are respected, to understand when we need to get something done, who do I call, instead of just throw up my hands in frustration. And so I I've been probably as deeply and as thoroughly involved in NCAA governance over the last 5 years as anybody in the country. So, one, it's helped to build a network, but two, it's helped understand how to navigate that network, because the NCAA is Charlie Baker has his hands full. He has a group of schools who have almost nothing in common, but we're trying to govern them to a commonality. And I really respect Governor Baker and respect what he's trying to accomplish. I think it's a very tough environment. I think standing up for and representing the institution and its student athletes, though, is something that you will never have to question whether that's happening or not.
Andy Kendi with KETV in Omaha. Welcome.
Thanks.
Is being on the football competition committee last few years, what has that taught you, and maybe that you didn't know, and how did that make you a better administrator?
Well, I would say, like, if I had hair, I would have pulled it out over why we don't have helmet communication devices by now. We tried for 3 years, and why people argue against certain things and who has a voice at the table to make those arguments sometimes gets very, very frustrating. That said, I think I learned more from meetings with the NFL competition committee. I think you will see more and more commonalities and similarities in how the games look. I don't think we have data. I would tell you, just in general, I can get emotional, but I don't make emotionally based decisions. But we don't have a lot of data to make database decisions in some of the things we want to do in college football. So a little bit of my push has been to get more data, health and safety data in particular, as we look at what does fall camp look like, as we look at what are the right number of days, should we start earlier, the number of games that's going to be added for the playoff. A lot of those things we're guessing, we just don't have data. So I would tell you, what have I learned? Who the players in the room are makes a big difference, and how to sell things that you want to get done. Data sells, and emotion doesn't. So anything we do has to be data driven.
And just to start, in your opening remarks, you mentioned the conversations that you've had with Jim Fillon and Matt Rule during the hiring process. What stood out to you from those conversations that helped you form your decision?
Well, I think from the governor, I wanted to know if my perception of the state was true. I talked a lot about wanting to come home. I've never lived in Nebraska. I lived across the river for 48 years, but I thought I knew. What the governor did was affirm for me what I thought I knew from a people standpoint, because everything is about people and everything is about relationships. Nothing happens without either one of those things being strong. And I wanted to know that those things were going to be strong here. That's what I got from the governor. His passion for the state. It was, I hung up the phone, I smiled for an hour, just listening to him and how it resonated with me. From Matt, I talked a little bit to Matt about what he needs in a partner. And your coaches in this enterprise, when it's $100 million enterprise in football, within the bigger enterprise of the department, he and I have to be great partners. I got to work for him. I've got to advocate for him, and I've got to champion him. I've got to champion his players. I got to champion his program. And what does he need? Because we have the same end goal in mind. It's add another trophy to the trophy case. I don't know what that path is. He does. And so it's his job to put me on that path. And then there'll be times when I can contribute to him and help him. I'd just be another set of eyes. But I don't know whether we should play odd or even fronts. I can't help him in that way. But I do know how to navigate the landscape. I do know that if recruitment and retention of players is priority number one for him, it's priority number one for me. So I think it's what I learned. I've known Matt long enough. I thought we could be good partners, but also, and I told him this, if he's not completely comfortable with me, tell me, and I won't be a part of this, because I want him to succeed. I considered him a friend before I came here. I'll consider him a friend someday down the line. I want him to succeed. And so I needed to know that he was good with me as much as I was going to be good with him.
How long, when did you guys forge that friendship? By the way, Steve Sipple from Husker Online. How long have you been friends with Matt? How did it come about?
It really was back to his days coaching at Temple when I was in the league. And, I think we share a mutual friend in Pat Kraft, and it's been written about, but, Pat and Matt are close. And I would say Pat's one of my 2 or 3 closest friends in the profession. All the way back to with Pat when I was at Northern Iowa and Loyola came into the league, and he was the director of marketing at Loyola University in Chicago. So, there's a lot of relationship going back what we just said, people and relationships. There are a lot of relationships in this business. And I think it was through Pat that Matt and I first started to connect and realized, we have a lot in common. Our wives have been texting throughout this. They've known each other. And so in some ways, it almost feels like family walking in and working with that football staff.
Troy, Max Olson from The Athletic. Don't know if you saw this earlier today, but Pat Chun got the Washington job. Obviously, unique circumstances in that state in terms of college athletics right now. I'm curious for your thoughts on that.
I love Pat. Pat's great. And I'm thrilled that happened because Washington deserves something really, really good, someone really, really good. And Pat is that guy. Pat knows the landscape. I'm just thrilled for him.
Anything else?
Yes.
Joe Buda is to my left, and I'm Mike Barron. We're former players. We're here representing the HFLA, Husker Football Lettermen's Association. And our goal is to kind of become the team behind the team.
All right. Well, that looks like things are winding down there in Lincoln, so we'll go ahead and step aside. But that is Troy Dannon in his first press conference as the new athletic director again at Nebraska. I took a few notes. We'll get some thoughts, your thoughts, what you heard, what you liked, what you didn't like, what you think, what you don't think. Well, we would prefer what you think. 402-951-1620 or email John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. We'll come back and have some thoughts. And also just added to the Grum, Mike Farron will join us next hour.
Oh, hey, Mike, are you going to be covering Shohei Ohtani anymore this season?
Probably.
That's the question.
Also, we'll
you.
get Michael Bruntz's thoughts. He was in the room today, and we'll get his thoughts. He'll be joining us a little bit later in this hour.
Nice.
Right here on 1620 The Zone.
Everyone, Josh.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. Not junk at all. 1620 The Email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Another very chilly Tuesday with temperatures staying in the 30s throughout the day, and we're going to keep the breeze with us as well. Tomorrow, we start our temperatures in the upper teens, low 20s. Eventually, we warm into the 40s with a southeast breeze and partly cloudy skies. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
If you're unhappy with your job or employer and you've hit a dead end, it's time to start your new career as a delivery driver with Host Coffee. Our local family-owned business is growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Friends, it is the college basketball playoff, and it is only 1/3 of the way done. We have 2 more weekends left, including this weekend. And right now, you can say goodbye to the bad brackets. You can say goodbye to all the major upsets because basically we've got chalk.
Uh-huh.
And you can go to FanDuel.com right now and cash in because new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins.
What?
That $5 bet could be on any one of the women's games, baseball starting up this week, or you could wait for the college basketball playoff. And all you have to do for new customers is to visit fanduel.com/1620. Get signed up today and join the fun.
John, there are 4 games on Thursday. There are 4 more games on Friday, and you'll be at one of them. The last game of those 8 that I just mentioned.
The very last one.
Scheduled to tip right now at 10:09 Eastern time. John, that's late. But you're going to have a great time. And right now, Creighton is +2.5. They're +122 on the money line. Maybe you want to go with that. Maybe you want to go with a prop bet. Whatever you do, again, just go to fanduel.com/1620 and get $200 in bonus bets to use on those point spreads, money lines, and a whole lot more. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
What moves you? Whether it's running a race or playing with your grandkids, orthopedic specialists at CHI Health are dedicated to helping you keep life moving. We offer the latest surgical and non-surgical treatments, so you have options for painful shoulders, knees, hips, and every joint in between. Don't let joint pain put life on pause. Count on our team of orthopedic specialists to begin your journey back to what moves you today.
J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers, offers exterior solutions that help you protect your #1 investment. Whether it's roofing and siding or windows and doors, they're committed to excellence, quality, and outstanding customer service in every step of the process. When it's time to protect the exterior of your home, your choice is simple. Turn to who the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Check them out online and schedule a free estimate today. J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with America's fastest download speeds. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply.
Trees. Are they all the same? Not at OMAHA. Grown from a quality seed source, handcrafted in our local farms for generations, and acclimated to our tough Midwestern climate, OMAHA's trees are different. Simply put, they're better. Much like our trees, we take great pride in being homegrown. Visit our garden center to find your next tree today. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. OMAHA Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
The electrical market requires your company to adjust to an ever-changing field. IBEW Local 22 gives you flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, and proven training programs. Call Bob at IBEW Local 22 for details at 402-980-7596.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Me plus you equals nighttime fun.
On 1620, The Zone.
So, the new guy's in. What do we think?
Keena writes on the YouTube comment section, "That was boring. I'm bored now."
Well, I mean,
But
these
that
aren't
one
usually the most
story.
electrifying. I mean, let's face it, most press conferences aren't the most electrifying in the world unless you have a really,
it's an athletic
really contentious thing going on, like when Bo and Dirk would go at it. Other than that, most of these usually are kind of boring, but the information is what is the most interesting thing.
Doc says, "I was curious to see where that guy's question was going." Sorry, Doc, we cut out of the. John was like, "Get the old guy off the radio."
No,
There's
so
only
much-
room for one of us, and it's me.
It wasn't so much that, but I mean,
yeah.
I wanted to, and I'm glad, and you mentioned earlier, because this is a different way of doing things. Normally, they do the introduction and then they ask the questions. This time, they did the introductions up in the 6th floor in the club level in front of all the hoity-toity folks.
So
and
they
the
did. They literally
politicians.
moved downstairs.
Yes.
But reporters were upstairs.
Yeah.
But you said, were you joking earlier when you said invite only? I couldn't tell. Was there only some reporters that were
I
upstairs?
have no idea.
Okay.
I have
Because
no
it looks
idea.
like so they
I'm
were
sure
all up
anyone
there.
could have gone up there if they wanted.
No, because we were doing the show, so I wasn't listening. Was it just like a long opening statement?
Yeah, it was just
Okay.
it was just basically like a speech.
Okay. One more thing before we get into
Speeches from the different people. But I like the fact that they did do the separate press conference because, again, usually in those group settings. I mean, you remember back to like when Scott Frost was introduced.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes when you get caught up in the emotion of the situation, maybe you won't ask the good quality questions. The questions I heard were very good questions because they were all questions that I had.
Yeah.
You know, they asked about the length of his stay at Washington and if that matters. They asked about the stadium project. They asked about,
dude, how about that answer?
They asked about the idea of, hey, you just got hired by an interim guy. He's not even going to be your full-time boss.
Another great question.
Asked about the power of the Big Ten and being in a Big Ten athletic director.
Very interesting answer
now,
there.
some of those may have been asked in the other setting.
You talked about
but I
hours.
think this is a little more professional than it is to be in a group of folks. But that was one of the things that I took away, and I didn't get a chance to see the whole introductory phase of the proceedings today. But it is very apparent to me. Two people were heavily involved in this decision of who to hire and when to hire.
Mm-hmm.
One was Matt Rule. And I said yesterday, got no problem with that.
Nope.
I like the fact that Matt Rule had a say in this because, after all, he is BMOC. He is big man on campus. The other person who had a heavy hand in this was the governor.
Yeah, who spoke today.
Who did speak
People
at the press
forget.
conference today. That has never happened, by the way, at an introductory press conference for a coach or an athletic
Governor
director.
Heineman didn't speak back in the day?
No, Ben Nelson didn't. Bob Carey never did.
Yeah.
You know, Kay Orr never did. Jim Exon never did. Frank
Even
Morrison
Governor
never
Pete,
did.
Mr. Baldy.
Yeah, even he didn't speak. He did
So
join
it is
Gary
very
once.
clear that the politicians are playing a much heavier hand. And I'll be honest with you, folks, I don't like it.
And you've been consistent about this
I
for
don't
years.
like it.
John hates politics.
He does.
I do hate politics. But maybe that's the new way of things. Now, that does
Yes,
not mean
it
that
is.
A, Troy Dannon's a bad hire, or B, he will do a bad job. That's not what I'm saying. But it is very clear that the pecking order and who's got influence over what has definitely changed. And that's probably part of the reason why Trev Alberts is no longer here.
I like what Jeff says on the text machine at 402-951-1620. He says, weird that Pillen was so involved. Not sure that happens in other programs. Not a fan. But I like the middle part of that because I think so often we will be like, I don't like this. I don't like this. But I think he points out something. Does this happen with other programs? I don't know.
I mean,
to this degree, though, a governor speaking at a press conference, my guess would be no.
Listen, it's not
That's
a,
weird.
it's
With
not
the
a
ties
foreign
that he has to the program.
it is not a foreign concept anywhere else that politicians aren't involved. I mean, surely they're involved in Texas and Alabama and Ohio and other places.
Herschel Walker doing much.
But this feels a lot more overt than we've ever experienced before here.
Yeah, and it's coming
Much
at a
more
time.
overt.
It's coming at a time, you know, with the culture war battles and, you know, a lot of you were gone throughout much of that week or all of that week as all that news came down a couple weeks ago, because that was a large discussion of that was what does this say about just the politics in general, and why is Trev leaving, and why is Trev leaving if it's politics to the right, why is he going to Texas of all states? You know, why is all of this unfolding?
Yeah, and I don't, I don't pretend to know. I mean, certainly some of the stuff going on in the presidential search.
That's what Dan has. In your opinion,
has to do with the culture wars, or certainly left-leaning politics versus right-leaning politics. There's no question about that.
Of course.
But why that carries over or should carry over more towards finding a new athletic director, or what that means for an athletic director, is something that has been a bit of a foreign concept. And who knows, maybe Nebraska, which has notoriously always been quote unquote behind the times, is finally catching up to everybody else. And all this stuff is bleeding in. But that doesn't mean I have to be comfortable with it. That doesn't mean I have to like it.
Yeah.
And I'm not comfortable with it, and I don't like it. Again, does not mean that Troy Dannon won't do a great job and Nebraska athletics won't be in a good spot. But and I'm certain that there were probably some strings pulled in the past, but now it's like the curtain has been pulled back. We see the wizard behind the curtain. We see all the strings being pulled.
Yeah, so at least you know on its face value.
I guess.
Couple other things. More comments along these lines. Dan asks, in your opinion, would Pillen have been so involved if there was a full-time president? Rusty says Pillen's involvement gives insight on Trev leaving, the governor being this involved in hiring an AD. Absurd. You want to know why Nebraska can't keep talent? Exhibit A. So
Now, the funny thing is, and we'll take a quick break. We'll get into the meat of what Dannon actually said in the Q&A. But Dannon did say that he is fully convinced that there is alignment here.
Everybody says that.
They do.
When they're hired.
They do.
When they leave, not so much.
I don't think
But
the analogy was.
I
quite a
think
good
in the past, when people would talk about alignment, they would talk about
Cars.
the university president, the chancellor, the AD, the football coach, on down to the last guy on the depth chart. There's alignment. Well, now that alignment extends out beyond the president to the regents, to the governor, et cetera.
By the way, another comment that really stuck with me. Now, this was from the first, whatever we're going to call
the introductory phase.
Yeah, and now Sipple kind of
pregame.
asked about it, but he said you're going to see me wearing 1890 stuff as much as Nebraska stuff. So again, before it goes in-house,
he's leaning hard into that.
Yeah, before the money is being paid directly from the university, that is the game that he is going to play.
And you know what? I mean, that's the way the world is now.
Yeah.
You have to be intimately involved. And now that there literally are no rules to NIL, I mean, the injunction by the court.
Yeah. They said
did away with that.
It said as much.
There's no, I mean, I think you have to be.
Well, you have to play nice with them. You need their dollars.
Well,
Also,
it's not even about playing nice with them. It's just you got to play with them because they're the ones that
play
are
that
going,
hole drop, Nick.
They're the ones that are going to basically pay the players to come and join your roster.
Also, I would guess that the South Stadium project is DON.
Oh, no more plunger.
No more plunger.
More on that, more on exactly what was said. Michael Bruns, who was in the room, can answer a few of those questions as well when we continue on 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
He thinks bean counting is an iPhone app. He is the most uninteresting man in the world.
Hi, I'm Bob Berger. Don't just get your taxes done, get them managed. If you're tired of losing sleep over your business and personal taxes, you're ready to make more money, give us a call.
Call Berger, Elliott, and Pritchard CPAs at 402-551-1919 or visit bepcpa.com.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Hi, this is John Bishop. Since the day I got my driver's license, I've had a check next to the organ and tissue donor box. It's a selfless gift because healthy organ donors can save up to 8 lives. And with tissue donation, dozens more can get the gift of sight, and burn victims can get life-changing skin grafts. Anybody can register, and there's no cost to you or your family. Check that organ donor box next time you renew your license or visit goodguysavelives.com. Learn more about organ and tissue donation today and see how you can save 8 lives at goodguysavelives.com.
If you're looking for a safe and reliable vehicle to get you through all types of winter weather and more, Baxter Subaru has you covered. Symmetrical all-wheel drive comes standard on nearly all Subaru models and provides you better traction, improved stability, and maximized performance on wet and snowy roads. So hop in the driver's seat of a new Outback, Forester, or Crosstrek now at Baxter Subaru Omaha. Shop our great sales and service deals now during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at BaxterSubaruOmaha.com.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
John, a question coming in from Alan.
Question for you.
Did we ask about switching to Nike and Coke? Those are
No.
important to me.
Those did not get asked.
Sad.
Those did not get asked. Actually, in a way, I'm kind of surprised because usually
this is a chance to.
A lot of folks who look now. The Coke decision is above his pay grade.
I don't.
The Nike decision is a little closer to that because the Coke decision is a campus-wide thing.
That comment he made about people arguing about things that shouldn't need to be argued about, though. Maybe he was talking about getting Coke back.
No, screw that.
Yeah, because Josh likes loser Pepsi.
No, I don't. I want Coke.
Yeah, but Pepsi
Well,
has
why
a
were
lot
you
of other good
supporting
products.
Coke or Pepsi a minute ago?
No, it wasn't.
Doesn't Doc?
What'd you just say? Didn't you just say something disparaging against Coke?
No. I want Coca-Cola to come back. That's when they were good. They had Coca-Cola.
You're a Mountain Dew boy, though, aren't you?
I like Mountain Dew's my favorite pop, but Sprite is my second favorite pop.
Mountain Dew's
and
a Pepsi.
And I love them almost equally. I'd be totally fine. Also, I don't go to games.
Good point.
Coca-Cola looks better. It looks better on things. It's cleaner.
It does.
It's a more classic look.
It
Pepsi
is.
changes their logo every 5 seconds. They're like Oregon.
You are getting old.
No,
I
I'm
like this.
You're
not.
so fired
I remember
up today.
it wasn't like 2-3 years ago. Josh was like, "Oh boy, Oregon. They got all these cool
I like
uniforms.
Oregon,
They got,
though.
they
Go
got
Ducks.
25 different uniforms. Oh, it's so cool.
It is cool.
They
It
have
is
no
cool.
identity.
Dallas just keeps ripping my heart out, John. So they make me sad.
But they have the seafoam green pants.
I do like those.
So, you mentioned it going into break. Might as well start with this. Troy Dannon asked today at the press conference about the new stadium not new stadium, but the stadium renovation project. And Dannon admitted, he said he didn't know anything about it. Yeah. He's being brought up to speed on it very quickly. But it was what he said after that was the most interesting. And I heard this described for a project that is there to actually benefit the fans and their enjoyment of the game. I was so amazed by the amount of pushback towards it. And the main pushback was, well, this isn't going to help NIL, and this isn't going to help us get players. It's not going to help us win, so I don't want it. I don't care if I have to sit on rusty bleachers and thumbtacks.
Nails.
Just get a tetanus shot.
If it doesn't help us win. And Troy Dannon,
he said essentially that part.
He said if it helps us win, great. If not,
will this help them win? No. The answer is no. This is not there was nothing a part of South Stadium that was for the players. This was all for, and Trev said this is for the fans.
Yeah.
And I liked that, but I got that same vibe from people in my life. I told the story the week that Trev left when you were gone, where I went to a family function that previous Sunday, and we were talking about various things, and the South Stadium project came up. And multiple family members of mine hated it. Hated it. They're not in South Stadium, for the record. They have season tickets, but not in South Stadium. But they didn't like the idea of fans losing their seats for however much time that would have been, a couple of seasons. They didn't like the idea of stadium capacity shrinking. And I know that I have heard those two complaints from fans, again, that are not even affected by it directly. They don't like the idea of the stadium getting smaller, and they don't like the idea of people being taken out for a season. And what you just said, they don't think it will help them get better on the field, so who cares? Why does that matter? I heard that a lot. And sadly, I think Trev overplayed his hand, and I think it's DOA.
Well, there are clear. It's now more clear than ever. There are two things that chase Trev out: politics, or the inner politics at NU, and I think the pushback from either donors or, folks on the inside towards his stadium project were the two things, I think, two of the main things that,
Pushed him out.
that led him to Texas A&M.
Jay says, where would you get the money? $600 million is a waste of money. And see, that was the other part, is that it seemed like fundraising for that was a struggle.
But $200 million for another new locker room after you just built a locker room
But that's for the
15
players.
years ago?
That's for the players. Though. Isn't that interesting how, and I guess shout out to the fans who are like, I don't want anything. Give it all to them. I guess you're being selfless in a way. But it is interesting that like this would, Dave says, I'd argue that stadium improvements can and would help NU, more revenue, better home field advantage, etc. But going back to the comment from Jay, and then going all the way back to the story from the Flatwater Free Press and some of the things that I heard last November, raising funds for that were going to be difficult. And I heard that from people I trust all the way back in November.
Well, yeah,
and
and I
that
think,
ended up being the case.
Yeah. So, yeah, for those of you who didn't want, the people in South Stadium to be able to go to the bathroom, congratulations. You win.
Piss your pants, folks.
Or have a nice Pepsi cup to pee into.
Yeah, where's the cup at? We don't have
Don't they sell soda in bottles
There
now,
you go.
so it makes it
yeah,
easier. You can put the lid back on.
There you go. That's a great call. Oh, hey, Bob, can I have some of your Mountain Dew? Feel free.
On Matt Rule, Troy Dannon, I don't know. I think this is more hyperbole. I don't think this is actual statistic. It'd be a hell of a statistic if it was true, that nobody ever beat Matt Rule's Temple team after they played them. Or no one ever won a game after after they played Temple.
So they beat him twice?
Yeah.
That can't be true.
But I think he was showing how much he respects Matt Rule. He said, put that guy in this gold mine and watch good things happen.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently Troy Dannon was a huge fan of the Matt Rule hire when he was still at Tulane.
Mm-hmm.
But it's clear that, and the relationship to Pat Kraft, the Penn State athletic director, was a big part of this whole triumvirate, because it sounded like Matt Rule or someone, or I'm sure it was Matt, probably reached out to Pat Kraft and said, would you be interested in coming here? Or if not, do you have a name in mind? The name was Troy Dannon. The rest is history.
Mm-hmm.
So it is clear, again, that two key figures made this hire.
Yeah.
Matt Rule, Jim Pillen.
Kyle writes, noted Wisconsin fan Kyle, I don't like the government involvement in college athletics, but these are your highest paid state employees, right? I think the governor should probably be involved in those things, unfortunately. And to which I asked why. Kyle says the governor should probably be very aware of who his highest paid employees are.
Well, you can be aware of it. I mean, for years, for decades, the only time you'd see Ben Nelson is if he'd show up to a national championship celebration, or you might see him at a game.
Mm-hmm.
It is possible. And again, I get it. That's the way of the world now. Politicians got to stick their noses in everything. And especially when you have a prominent politician who used to play at the university and was a prominent figure at the university and was a regent at the university, I'm not surprised by it. I think it can make for dangerous, and some might say, well, how could this hurt? Well, I think one of the most delicate balancing acts you have to have when you're a coach is to be able to, because the beauty of sports is it brings people from all walks of life together for a common cause. Not every Chicago Cubs fan is a bleeding heart liberal or a dyed-in-the-wool conservative.
Mm-hmm.
There are mixtures. Not every fan of Nebraska is blood red or sky blue.
Correct.
When it comes to their politics. And so if you're a coach or if you're someone in athletics, an athletic director who has to reach out to that diverse group of people for money, for support, for backing of any kind, you got to be able to play both sides. You got to be able to stay in the middle of the road and not get veered off into the ditch. And that can be a delicate balancing act, because the last thing you want to do, I mean, there's a reason why most, not all, most coaches veer far away from making any public statements about politics.
Yeah,
a few do. I mean, the Bob Knights of the world certainly did. Kim Mulkey, who's in the news.
But it doesn't do them any good.
It only does them good if they're willing to alienate whatever side they're not on. And as we have seen in this society, it is so much easier now to alienate people just by sharing an opinion. There are people, when they listen to this show, when they hear me spouting off about something maybe political, who don't agree with me.
Typical Lib John.
And they will dismiss me.
John.
Or vice versa if it comes from Josh.
Yeah.
Because people are now so tribalistic when it comes to these things that they only want to hear their thing. So it's a careful balancing act when you're a coach or you're a fundraiser or you're an athletic director and you're asking people for support, that you're trying to bring these two sides together and not alienate everybody. Well, when you decide to lean all in, and when it comes, I mean, the scenario could be out there, right? Where you're going after a 5-star player. And that 5-star player and that family comes from a background that is different than what the politics of the coach or the athletic director or the people above them are. And there might be folks that I don't want you going there.
Don't be surprised if that has consequences.
I don't want you going there. I don't want you going there because they did this, that, or the other thing. That's the danger of when politics bleeds into sports in this day and age.
Mm-hmm.
And sadly, it's not getting better. It's getting worse. We're getting more tribalistic. We're not getting less understanding of people who have differing beliefs. And that's why I am nervous when politicians get too deeply involved in sports. I'm not saying they can't support the team, be a fan of the team, show up and do the dog and pony act at the championship celebrations and all that other stuff. But when their imprint is so overt and so known and so prevalent in decision making, it can lead to bad results because not everybody thinks the same as you do.
Couple things real fast before we talk to Bruns. Katie says, think of the states close to us: Iowa, Minnesota, Missouri, Kansas. All with D1 programs. Their governors may attend events, but you don't hear Kim Reynolds weighing in on Ferentz and Campbell. It's a real slippery slope Nebraska is on. Also, a text from Brian. Did you guys ever say what the new varsity sport at NU was? I never heard anything and can't find anything online.
Well, I mean,
wow, John.
It's only his first real day on the job.
Look at what you did.
It's only his first real day on the job. Maybe that announcement
Can't
will come
believe
later.
John is lefty now, but he's still spreading fake news.
Wow.
I didn't spread any fake news. I just saw a screenshot. Now, I just read the.
You made the screenshot. What are you talking about? You saw a screenshot. You made it.
I didn't make it. I saw it.
You created it. You screened the shot. You shot the screen.
But I didn't make it out of thin air.
The bazooka?
Yeah, well, you got to shoot it somehow.
I didn't make it out of thin air.
Where are the files at?
Somebody heard him say that.
John was just being
and then put it on the
again.
screen.
That's all it was.
And
It's
all
just
you
horny
people who
John.
like to read your movies and television shows
By the
now
way,
think that Troy Dannon is, looking to add another varsity sport.
Speaking of horny, Nick, there were some comments on the internet message boards about, I'm not even going to say what it was, but it was about the press conference earlier. It was like, John, we needed to bonk some people. Bonk.
Why are you on the message boards?
Because we were listening to
Yeah,
the press
why
conference.
are you on the message
I wanted to see what
boards?
the fans were saying, John. I
Are
wanted to
you-
see what the fans were saying.
Are you a user? Do you have a username on the message boards?
Yeah, it's Josh Peterson. Yeah. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? That comment right there? Look at this. This is smut. You know who's not smut, though?
Michael Bruns.
Boom!
Next
Bingo!
on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to worry about this afternoon. We are seeing some delays on westbound L Street around 120th, on eastbound Industrial around 144th. If you're east on Dodge, you're going to see delays between 680 and 90th. Same goes on westbound Dodge from 680 to 108th. And then if you're north on 204th, slight delay around West Center. And then down on 370 if you're headed westbound, slight delay around 84th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
So Saul's Jewelry and Loan dealing with designer bags. What is another option that our clients have if they don't want to actually sell their item?
If you're looking to borrow some money, you don't necessarily want to get rid of it. We can hold on to it for safekeeping until you're ready to come pick it back up.
Betting on your favorite sporting events just got a whole lot easier. Warhorse Sportsbook is now open in Omaha. Save yourself the drive across the river and put your money where your mouth is at Horseman's Park, 6303 Q Street. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me, Gary, at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
Hi, this is Stacey McGilligan, Director of Sales for NRG Media Omaha. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished bilingual new business development salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to the next level. Is this you? Our multimedia account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG Media lets you make a real difference in our community. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Tax Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. This tax season, you get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data and a Samsung Galaxy A14 included when you buy an extended silver unlimited plan. So you can give your janky phone to your kid. Yeah!
Switch to Straight Talk. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com. Device offer ends 4/14/24. Taxes and fees apply.
Lindley Clothing in Omaha has been the premier provider of men's fashion for over 88 years, from suits to jeans, with great brands like Jack Victor, Bugatti, Peter Millar. Your father was a customer. You're a customer. Your son is a customer, and now they're looking for the latest sportswear to tailored clothing. Lindley Clothing has you covered. They will help you get the look that you need with their selection and top-notch customer service. You walk in the door, and there's John and Marlene and the entire Lindley Clothing team with a great smile on their face, and they're to help you. 132nd and West Dodge in Linden Market to pick up the latest styles and enjoy easy access shopping.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family, and now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz. It's Michael Bruntz. Michael Bruntz. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz.
Michael Bruntz of Husker 24/7, who was in the room. How do I know this? Because I saw him on the camera. And he was there at the Troy Dannon press conference. Brunsey, how are things? Oh, it helps if I push the button.
You got to put him on the air.
Hi, Michael.
Bruntz.
Hey, did I look pissed off? People always tell me I look pissed off at those things.
No, you just look like you're like focused on your job. You're taking notes, listening to questions, listening to answers. No, I don't think you look pissed off at all.
That's good.
Were you pissed off?
No, I was trying to look cheery. That was me looking cheery.
Hey, everybody, I'm happy. What do you mean?
Look how cheery I am.
Yeah, I'm smiling. He's smiling.
What did you think of the setup? This was a little different. You know, they do the introductory part, the picture taking part, the fanfare part upstairs, and then they bring the subject down to the media room
To the
for
plebes.
to a more formal press conference setting. What did you think of that? Because I think that's the first time they've ever done something like this.
Yeah, they've never done it that way. They usually make everybody ask questions in front of the rest of the AD employees. I like this a little bit better. Like it always feels a little bit awkward because you like it's a lot of like, you know, the big money people, coaches upstairs, and you've got like, you know, the rank and file in the AD. I mean, they're probably sitting there like, I don't need to listen to this. Like, let me get back to work. So it worked out better that way, I thought.
I did laugh, Brunts, at the second introduction. Who was it that gave that? That was
Chris Kaborik,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Ask, and then it was like, here is the new athletic director, but down there it was all media people, so there was like 3 people clapping. It was a little uncomfortable on the video.
Yeah, that's part of it too. Yeah.
In fact, if you go back and watch our video on YouTube, we still had our cameras up and we were both having a good laugh at that time.
We laughed when it happened.
Yeah. No, and it's funny too. I mean, like, it's like, here's the new AD. And it's like, well, we talked to him very briefly in Memphis as well. So I feel like we've gotten to know Troy Dannon very well over the last week.
What was your biggest takeaway then? Kind of the general theme of what he said and kind of a sense of where you think a Troy Dannon administration will go.
Well, he wants to win. That was one takeaway, which is a good thing, I guess, in an AD. I thought what he said about I'm always, you know, with the way that college athletics are moving so quickly, I'm always kind of curious on kind of what the vision is in terms of where's this thing headed. And, you know, I think he kind of like Trev Alberts understands that, you know, the pay structure and how money is allocated in college athletics is likely going to change and likely going to change very soon. I think he and Trev are actually pretty aligned in that. I was curious about the stadium project. I think he probably took the right route and basically said, I don't have enough information to make any comment, which I think you probably want to have that as dialed in as possible before you say anything publicly about it. And, you know, I think, you know, the what he said about in the second piece about, you know, Matt Rule and kind of wanting to make sure that Matt Rule was okay with him, that stood out to me because, I mean, think about every time we do this. I mean, and it's about every 3 years, it feels like we get a new AD here. It's a different set of circumstances now. I mean, you had an AD leave who wasn't fired and, you know, left things, I think, in a pretty good place in terms of just coaching stability and finding some of the right people. And so the job is going to be a little bit different for Troy Dannon than it's been for a lot of people who have come and sat in that chair. So that piece of it, I think, is really important in terms of kind of the admission that, you know, things I think in the program are going in the right direction right now. I don't want to be in the way of anything. I just want to help Matt Rule win. So I think kind of their back history, I think, is kind of an important piece of all this. And I think, you know, he kind of said the right things today.
Brunts, is he the best that Nebraska could do? Or is he just the best that they could do in this exact moment? Or I guess, is there even a difference in those two options?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, I think whenever you kind of dig into his resume and where he's worked and what he's done, I mean, I think he kind of matches the profile, I think, of what Nebraska would be looking for. And, you know, I think there's probably things that he sees in college athletics that align with, you know, what people at Nebraska want and do. And you know, it's a quick search. Don't get me wrong. But I think at least in my head, whenever they were kind of starting this thing, it was like you're at the big kids or at the adult table. You've got a chance to go out there and kind of get your pick of people. And, I think he kind of aligned with what Nebraska kind of needs. I think the fact that he has Midwest roots, I think that helps. And we'll see how it goes. I mean, as we sit here today, it seems like a good hire. And you're not really able to judge these things until a couple of years out once things kind of get rolling.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7 at the press conference today as Troy Dannon officially introduced as Nebraska's athletic director. Is it pretty clear to you that this hire, if it didn't have or need Matt Rule's blessing, it certainly got it, and that maybe Rule was also big in the identification process of who this person ended up being?
Yeah, I think he had a big role in it, and I think it's smart, and not just from the standpoint of just you want your football coach to be happy, so you let him in on the conversation. I mean, I think generally, Matt Rule has a pretty good view of this type of stuff. He's coached in a couple different leagues. He's gone through the pro stuff and understands how kind of that management works for good and bad. And I think the fact that they have that connection through Pat Kraft, I think that helped. When Matt Rule talked at Pro Day last week, he had mentioned that a few of the candidates or people that they were kind of vetting at the time had reached out to him about Nebraska. And so I think it kind of makes a lot of sense. I mean, if everybody always talks about, wanting to have that alignment and everybody kind of pulling in the same direction. I mean, I think it kind of makes sense to have Rule involved and maybe not to sign off on the decision, but to feel comfortable with it. I think that kind of matters. And, I think too, I mean, just with the way the structure is, and at least the way it was last week before they wrapped up every search in a span of about 2 hours, I think, Matt Rule was the one person in place that wasn't an interim in this whole thing. So I think kind of having him involved helped too. So I think it made a lot of sense. I don't know that you always want your coach to, have a say or be really involved, but I think Matt Rule, with the way he kind of does things, made sense to do that.
Bruns, what's the negative with this hire? Is there one? Or maybe rephrase, what's the big question, I guess, that you have with him?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we don't know. And with any new hire, I think you would have this question is basically, can this person kind of keep Nebraska in the conversation? And, like I said earlier, I mean, everybody knows college athletics is changing. That there's very much going to be a have and have not, and probably sooner than later. And it's really important that whoever took this job, or whether it was Troy Dannon or whoever, have the ability to keep Nebraska in that conversation. Winning is a big part of that. I think being on, solid financial footing is a part of that. I thought today, even his comments about kind of how you navigate the Big Ten, I thought was pretty interesting, because, I mean, you kind of have to be a team player in the league. And I think some ADs at Nebraska have understood that. I think some maybe haven't very well. And you kind of have to have a little bit of finesse when it comes to, advocating for the University of Nebraska, but also, not being kind of this rogue maverick in the league. So, I think the question on that has yet to be answered. I think Nebraska winning on the field would help that a lot, but that's the biggest question is, could this next person, whoever it was going to be, make sure that Nebraska is still in that conversation in a major way.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7, as you look at what he inherits and then maybe compare it to what the situation was at Washington. Now, granted, when he was at Washington 6-7 months ago, he didn't realize he was losing a football coach, because that all happened before, Nick Saban retired and then Kalen DeBoer left. But as he walks into this situation, a football coach that certainly had an integral part in getting him hired, that he certainly seems to be a big fan of. So you don't have a problem there. The basketball coach just had the best season ever and got a nice little contract bounce before he was hired. Same with women's basketball. You obviously don't have an issue with volleyball. When you look at all of the different things that an athletic director might have to tackle from day one on a job. It seems like a lot of the big things are kind of taken care of, or at least in a really good spot. So what's like the first or second biggest priority that Dannon has that he's got to get on the feet and running with? Or is he in a spot where he can, I wouldn't say put it into cruise control, but at least be able to sit back and take on the lay of the land, and that there's not like a major pressing issue that he's got to deal with in his first 100 days on the job?
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. I mean, he's coming into this job in a little bit of a different circumstance than a lot of his predecessors have. I mean, you think back, I mean, pretty much everybody that's come in has had to like quickly evaluate a football coach and decide what their future is going to be. At least as it is now, I mean, it's kind of a turnkey job in a lot of ways. I mean, it's a lot more big picture stuff versus, really kind of digging in and the nitty gritty of, whether you're going to have to hire or fire somebody. So that helps. I mean, as much as, he's a Midwest guy and everything, I mean, he still needs to get around and meet everybody, earn some trust, and kind of figure things out. I mean, the stadium piece of it's a big one, to kind of figure out where the heck that's at, where the fundraising efforts are at for that, if they're actually going to go forward with it. I mean, that's going to be a big decision he's got to make. But yeah, I mean, Dennis LeBlanc kind of took care of a lot of the heavy lifting for him last week with some of those extensions. But yeah, I mean, it's I think a little bit more of an ease into this job versus before, where everybody was kind of itching to know what the new AD was going to do, like with Bill Moose having to decide about Mike Riley, and with Trev kind of having to figure out where the football program was. So there's I think a benefit to that you don't have to come in and just kind of rattle cages right from the get-go.
Hey, Bruns, a hoops question for you. Could I sell you on the theory that this season is actually going to be remembered for what happens next, whether it's positively or negatively? Like, I was thinking about it this morning, like and there's a lofty comparison, but the 1984 Orange Bowl is kind of remembered as this like lost moment because they didn't have another opportunity to avenge it in the coming years. Whereas the 1994 Orange Bowl is remembered for Nebraska as like the kickstart to everything that came next. And so the loss doesn't hurt as much. Do you think that we could apply that to this, where like if next year they go on a run and they win their first tournament game, this one's just not going to sting as much? So we can't properly put this into perspective until we figure out whatever the next of it is for Fred Hoiberg.
I would buy that. You could sell me. Yeah, I mean, even think back to when they made the tournament run 10 years ago. I mean, you came into the following year where there was a lot of expectations and everybody was really excited about things, and you just kind of fell flat, and it didn't really work out. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the challenge for Fred, and he kind of even talked about it, even right after the loss in Memphis, that, you you don't really get time as a coach now to mourn the loss and the what you maybe missed, because you have to immediately go in to building your roster for the coming season. And I think there's something to that. I mean, he's even talked about the legacy of some of these seniors of kind of setting that first step in building the program back and doing it more consistently. And yeah, I mean, I think how we think of this season, I mean, it was a fun kind of rocket ride that they were on, but if you can make it sustainable and get back to the tournament, more frequently, I think that you'll remember this team even more fondly. So I would buy that. I mean, I think that's the challenge for the program, is how do you kind of sustain that success when you really haven't done that, in your history as a program.
Well, I redeemed my free MLB TV today from T-Mobile. I'll be able to watch your beloved Athletics if I'm up late at night on the West Coast.
Are they still beloved?
They're not beloved. I also redeemed, John, and I went back and watched last night's Giants-A's game. There were about 1,000 people there.
Oh my God!
And
so it's just like a regular season game.
They're going to have to be really careful with how they mic that stadium up, because you could hear people just kind of chit chat. Like it was interesting. So, but I'll get to watch it for free thanks to you.
Wow!
It's the gift that keeps on giving. I can't wait. Baseball.
Yeah, I got to watch 140 some games of that crap.
Gross. I'm just not going to. It's going to be even better for me.
Only 140 some?
Why,
Well,
who's busy
I might have
sometimes?
plans a few nights.
Yeah.
No, you have to watch it all.
The missus might say, you know what?
We're not watching the
we need
A's
to go
again.
see a movie.
What if he said we're
or
going
the
to
kid might want to do something.
What if he said we'll keep the A's in Oakland as long as Brunts watches all 162 games?
Wow.
I'm going to be sitting there with like my eyes taped open, having to watch that stuff. That's how bad it's going to be.
Oh, gross.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7. Brunsy, we appreciate it. And no, you did not look grumpy today. You
look so happy.
Like a serious journalist.
Mm.
Nice. Capital J.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye, Bruns.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7. You can read his fine recaps right there.
Speaking of baseball, what about wooden bats and rubber hats?
Oh, I forgot to put that on the rundown.
Yeah,
Do you have
did.
one?
Yes, of course. It's a Tuesday. Why
We gotta
wouldn't
do it. Josh has a new curse.
So I just talk about teams and then they sometimes lose. You can't.
You're
blame,
2 for 2 right now, Josh.
You can't blame me for
Florida
this.
State was undefeated until you
It
talked
would
about
seem
them.
to be perfect then to have wooden bats and rubber hats prior to Mike Farron, who will join us at the bottom of the hour.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the big bad Big Ten, or is it the big bad?
Oh,
Big
here
Ten?
here comes
I
some
don't
more
like the way you said
emails,
bad.
but her emails.
I've got numbers,
No,
and I haven't even proffered an opinion yet.
Mm.
But first,
Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. John,
the superior sportsbook is what we like.
It's
we
a
love
great
it.
sportsbook.
It's the best.
It is incredible. I love the app. Very easy to use.
Very easy to use,
And
and it's
right-
a nice blue theme to it.
It does. It has all the logos. I like that. The app is
Yeah,
clean. It has the logos. The live lines update for you
Boom,
on the
boom,
main
boom, boom.
page.
Kind of important. If you're going to be live, be live.
And right now, John, new customers, they can go to FanDuel.com/1620 and then get $200 in bonus bets if their first $5 bet wins. Whether it's the baseball that you keep talking about, or that college basketball playoff, which
College
starts
basketball playoff
in like 50 hours. 50 hours from now, Clemson versus Arizona. The
The
Wildcats.
Masters.
The Masters. Wildcats -7.5. Of course, the Creighton Blue Jays are on there. Whatever it is, FanDuel.com/1620.
Yep, that's right. $200, and you can use that on anything. Only if you get that first $5 bet. It's that simple. Just win that first $5 bet. Get $200 in bonus bets immediately from FanDuel. FanDuel.com/1620. FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus in present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
I wanted Nebraska to settle in, make some shots early, and then get into a moderate pace because they're not built. Like start with their Air Jordans and then slip on the Skechers or the Hokas. Nebraska got sped up at the beginning of that game, and they got into, hey, let's just trade threes. And they did it to themselves early, and it became Hero Ball.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Skies become partly cloudy, but it's breezy and chilly this evening with the temperatures around 30. Mostly clear and cold tonight, lows in the upper teens, partly cloudy, and a little chilly on Wednesday, a high in the mid-40s. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Rainby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
If you have a large amount of gold or precious metals and want the best price with no waiting, Saul's makes it easy and fast. Any amount of gold, silver, or jewelry, no limit, immediate payment. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
What moves you? Whether it's running a race or playing with your grandkids, orthopedic specialists at CHI Health are dedicated to helping you keep life moving. We offer the latest surgical and non-surgical treatments, so you have options for painful shoulders, knees, hips, and every joint in between. Don't let joint pain put life on pause. Count on our team of orthopedic specialists to begin your journey back to what moves you today.
Hey,
Omaha dog lovers, get ready for more wags and more fun. Hound HQ, your dog's favorite spot for daycare, boarding, and top-notch grooming is now open. At Hound HQ, there's plenty of space for a pup to sleep, play, and everything in between. Plus, our expert groomers are here to ensure your furry family member always looks fabulous. Join our pack on Facebook and Instagram at The Hound HQ, or visit our website, thehoundhq.com, and sign up your dog today. Hound HQ, more wags, more fun.
When I heard the words, "you have breast cancer," I said, I have no idea what I'm going to do. My OBGYN called me and said, I know exactly what we're going to do, which led me to Nebraska Cancer Specialists. From day one, I felt that I was at the right place. There were some pretty rough times, but together we are stronger and they are there for you. You do not feel that you are alone.
NebraskaCancer.com.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Holy cow. I inhaled it just the wrong time.
This is unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Baseball.
Baseball's almost too fun. You want, like ice cream, you couldn't eat it every day.
College baseball.
Bags are full. 8-4 Seminoles. First pitch swinging. Center field. Williams back at the terrace at the wall. And it's gone. A game-tying grand slam for Blake Wright here in the bottom of the ninth.
Wooden bats and rubber bats.
We have a random Florida State highlight in there.
Because Josh featured them last week, and that highlight was the beginning of the end of Florida State.
Oh, so it's like another snow is done thing.
John, it was the bottom of the
now
ninth.
the Noles are done.
Have you heard about that game, John?
No.
He is not. He's not paying attention to baseball right now.
It was the bottom of the ninth, John.
Yeah.
Florida State, 8 runs.
Yeah.
Clemson, 1 run.
And it was Florida State 8, Clemson 1, yes.
And then in the course of the bottom of the ninth, Clemson had 9 runs to end the game in a walk-off.
So they scored 8 runs in the bottom of the ninth.
Yes.
And you did this?
No,
Josh did this.
I just talked about him.
Clemson swept Florida State because of Josh.
Am I not allowed to talk about teams?
An undefeated team.
Well,
down.
I mean, it would really defeat the purpose of this segment if you weren't allowed to talk about teams.
It would.
Well, to be fair, last year he just talked about a team.
That's true. He did kind of suck in on one
Boston
team.
College. I don't believe it. Today, we're talking about the team that John is passively paying attention to right now. Passing. Very interesting, Nick. What is this? The opposite of Formula One? No, this is wooden bats and rubber hats. I, of course, am talking about the Creighton Blue Jays in today's edition of Wooden Bats and Rubber Hats. Sure, they lost yesterday, and Nick was somehow watching the game and paying attention to it, providing facts and giving intel, and I don't know what the hell is going on. He just described the bottom of the ninth inning for some reason between Clemson and Florida State. But Creighton fell to Stanford like it was the 80s, and Kyle Peterson was on the mound with those big goofy glasses of his. You remember those days?
He was pitching in the 90s, but yes.
Oh, sorry, Kyle. Didn't mean to call you
he's not
that old.
old.
They fell 6-3, John, or 3-6 in Nick parlance. But did you know that it was only the 4th loss in 21 tries for Creighton this year? They are 7. Yeah, I know you know, Nick, because you're a freak. They're the Cardiac Birds. Have you seen this? That's what people are calling them now, John. The Cardiac Birds. You're going to work that into your radio broadcast when you join them next month?
I wasn't going to work in the Cardiac Birds, but sure.
You know, on a day like today, some birds, they like to fly south. But these birds, John, these birds aren't afraid of this weather here in Omaha. You see the Nebraska game against Kansas State got canceled because of snow or
because you cursed us. Yes.
Yeah. These birds, they're not afraid of wind or a slight amount, barely even perceptible Some would say there's nothing even out there in the grass right now. They're in the top 50 in the RPI.
They are.
These are the cardiac birds we're talking about. Crazy Uncle Warren. You remember him with his drill? Whatever happened to Crazy Uncle Warren?
I haven't.
He has them in the top 50 too.
Should.
Did you notice, John, something incredible about the start to the year that they're having right now?
Well, he scored a lot of runs.
No, you're not there. You're nowhere to
I'm
be
not.
found.
Oh,
you're not paying
interesting.
attention. Nick knows more about this baseball team than you. You know who's not stinking up the broadcast booth with bad takes and no mayonnaise? John.
You even know where they are in the RPI right now, John?
Where are they, John?
It doesn't matter.
47.
Oh, I thought they were 49.
Or are they 49th now?
Could it be perhaps that it's Connor Happer who is saying words such as hit or run or wow? Just providing facts right now, folks. The announcer's jinx, obviously real. And if you want Creighton to continue to win, you need to write Father Hendrickson, you know him, and say, keep John Bishop away from the baseball program.
Why is it my fault?
Wooden bats and rubber hats.
Wood bats and rubber hats. Why is this segment now turned into an agenda against me?
Well, because you're not there and they're good. And then you're going to show up and they're going to suck. It's going to happen. When are you going to finally get there?
Yeah,
like April 18th?
When's your first call?
I can't wait to see you, John.
It's supposed to be a week next week.
Oh wow, they're not making the Final Four. Jeez, you're such a Creighton hater.
It's supposed to be.
Well, don't worry.
That's why I said it's supposed to be, because if
John.
we're in Phoenix, I won't be there.
Don't worry, because this time next week, we're going to be talking about a Creighton loss to some team that they shouldn't have lost to because of Josh's curse.
Well, the amazing thing about baseball is you occasionally do lose to bad teams because there's several games.
Like Duke and Ryder and their pitcher with a 31 ERA.
See, that happened.
How do you have a 31 ERA?
Jordan writes, well, Creighton screwed. Sean asks, is this baseball just joshin'? It is the artist formerly known as baseball just
now
joshin'.
called wooden bats and rubber hats.
Yeah, Severe was very confused.
He was triggered by it.
He was very, very confused.
No.
Yeah.
Well, someone who will also be confused by the nomenclature will join us next. Mike Farron.
I'm very sad that he wasn't in here to hear this great segment.
Mike
Award-winning.
Farron. Yes, it's that time of year. It's baseball.
He's a regular guest again.
You're damn
I didn't
right.
even prepare for this segment.
Well, that's all right, because I'm sure it'll be like last year. All of your questions will be about Shohei, except this time, instead of talking about the fact that he's only half the player he used to be, now he's only half the gambler he used to be.
Don't worry, Josh. I can pick up your slack
Perfect.
with Barron for the baseball segments.
There
I'm
we go.
of baseball now.
Yep.
Well, friends, if you would like to save up to 8 lives, you can do that through organ donation. All it takes is a very selfless act. Next time you register for your driver's hunting or fishing license, get it renewed, just check the box in the tissue and organ donor section, and you're set. And it does not matter what your age is. It doesn't matter what your health status is. Anyone can be a donor. Anyone can register. Or if you've already gotten your licenses renewed, you can visit goodguysavelives.com and find out more about organ and tissue donation. Tissue donation, like bone, skin, tendons, corneas, and more, can help fix and change lives. Bone grafts can help those who have been involved in accidents. Skin grafts can save burn victims and give them a better quality of life. Donated corneas restore sight. And of course, organ donation, very self-explanatory. And all it takes, one selfless act. So next time you register for your driving, hunting, or fishing license, check that box, organ and tissue donor box, or visit goodguysavelives.com. Find out more about organ and tissue donation today and help save up to 8 lives at goodguysavelives.com.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620, The Zone.
Betting on your favorite sporting events just got a whole lot easier. Warhorse Sportsbook is now open in Omaha. Save yourself the drive across the river and put your money where your mouth is at Horseman's Park, 6303 Q Street. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
What goes perfect with the madness of March? The convenience of Cubby's downtown in the Old Market, 13th and Jackson. And if you're gearing up to watch the game, Cubby's has what you need. You'll find a full meat counter with steaks, burgers, chicken, and homemade brats. Hot and fresh deli food, including Chester's Chicken and Godfather's Pizza Express. Pop, water, beer, and a full full liquor department. See you at Cubby's Old Market, the very best in convenience. Open 24 hours at 13th and Jackson. Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, acne, and others. Some current studies include low T, COPD, flu, pediatric, infant, and RSV. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. See current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
It's Champions replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Are you a delivery driver looking for a better job opportunity? Host Coffee is a local family-owned coffee, water, and vending company that has been in business since 1972. We are growing, and we now have openings for delivery drivers and other positions starting at $22 an hour with full benefits. If you're interested, visit hostcoffee.net/careers to connect with us.
Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
1620 The Zone's unsportsmanlike conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
May he rest in peace.
May Stibbs indeed rest in peace.
I saw his ghost the other day.
But more importantly, baseball is back. Just watched the Cubs lose a spring training game, but I don't care because it means nothing to me. And I get to see my good friend Mike Farron.
John, first of all, congratulations on 3 Sweet 16s in the last 4 years. This is way better than your ratio of Sweet 16s in high school.
How long did it take you to come up with that joke?
About 12 seconds.
Nice.
So in other words, a Rick Pitino.
Nice.
Hey!
Mike, what have you been up to? We haven't talked to you in so many months.
Baseball.
Yeah, you got Arizona Fall League. He's been doing some research on college baseball, actual research, not the crap that you give.
What are you talking about? Mike, we have a new segment called Wooden Bats and Rubber Hats where I talk about baseball. Your thoughts?
Oh, man.
I'll have to explain that later.
Yeah. No, I think that probably sums it up well enough. I'm sad for your listeners.
No, I give great information.
Glad that you finally hit the baseball. Got the baseball bug. No, it's been busy. I've been doing a bunch of spring training games and I'm working mostly ACC stuff this year for ESPN, so I've actually got a couple games this week. Had our first one last week, so Gabby Sanchez and I have what do we have? Clemson, Miami Thursday night, and then North Carolina, Wake Forest on Saturday. So that'll be fun.
Are you traveling for all those, or are these remote?
No, they're remote. That's from the comfort of the setup that's directly behind me. I don't know if you can see the
nice.
I see the pictures on the wall, but hey, either way, it's baseball. We're enjoying it.
Yes,
but right now, the story that, of course, everyone is following is what is going on with Shohei Ohtani. What was your take, Shohei Ohtani? I know. I know. I mean, he's only half the player he used to be, so I get why people now are kind of,
unreal.
That was my favorite line of the winter when Ken Kendrick, the managing general partner of the Diamondbacks, was like, "Yeah, they gave him a lot of money, but the guy's only a DH."
Well, now
that was a sick burn.
Now he's a DH and apparently a guy who gives out loans,
big loans,
or maybe doesn't give out loans. What was your takeaway from the press conference yesterday?
I think first and foremost, he said a lot more than I thought he would. Once you get attorneys involved, you tend to get like 2-sentence statement that's like, I can't comment until the investigation is over. I appreciate your concern. We'll address this as soon as we can. So the fact that he was willing to go into more detail, I thought was certainly good. At least gave us a little bit better information. It confirmed a lot of what Tisha Thompson wrote on Friday in what the timeline was of what happened, right? That ESPN has been investigating, or at least their investigative reporting team has been going through a lot of information with regards to illegal bookmaking activities, because not every state has legalized gambling. I think it's with 38 in the District of Columbia right now. And through that course, they found a couple of wire transfers from Shohei Ohtani to this alleged bookmaker in California. And that's what kind of led things off. They interviewed the interpreter, Ippei Mizuhara, for 90 minutes. And then because Ohtani's crisis communications team, which had just learned about all of this, apparently 24 hours before, they hired somebody to do the crisis communications. They were getting up to speed. Apparently nobody saw any harm in having Ippei speak to ESPN. And then for 90 minutes, he told his story. And by the time that they got to the end of the Dodgers game, their opener of the season, he addressed the clubhouse to tell them that this story was coming out, and Shohei started asking questions, and apparently what Ippei had told the Dodgers was far different than what Shohei had been told, and he had never, at least according to his account, given any of the money to Ippei to cover these, $4.5 million in gambling debts. And so, I think the fact that he spoke publicly about that, that opens him up to litigation to say that, right? Because you're talking about, because they're talking about how how you get this money into hands, or how it's believed, like any of that stuff is, if it were to potentially defame Ippei because it was untrue, the bar for somebody who is not considered a public figure, and I'm not sure that he would be considered one, is far lower for defamation. So anything that he did to accuse him of theft is certainly something that attorneys from Mizuhara would be on if there was untruth to it, and it doesn't seem like that has been the case, at least not as of yet. So it's listen, we got more information than we expected. I'm sure we don't know everything. I think everybody is just aghast at the fact that somebody could allow $4.5 million to disappear. And I think that probably undersells how little money that is to somebody who's extremely wealthy, and makes me question his financial planners. Although I do have a financial planner, I don't have nearly that much money, and he doesn't follow my savings account or checking account. So I think there's a lot of different things that you have to remember, that just because he's famous doesn't mean that he doesn't act like the rest of us.
Mike, biggest question that you have about this entire situation, what is it?
I guess it's exactly like, how did Ippei Mizuhara access the money from Shohei Ohtani? I think would be my biggest question. Was it he deceived his friend into doing it? Did he just have access to his accounts? Because a lot of times, and Daniel Kim, who, I don't know if you guys caught the broadcast from Korea on ESPN last week, But
I did.
Yeah, so but Daniel Kim was on those broadcasts, and he's a reporter in Korea, but he used to be the Korean translator when Jae So was with the Mets. And one of the things he said this morning was like, you'd be surprised at how much kind of personal assistance work interpreters do, which if you think about it, starts to make sense. You know, you have an athlete that's basically for 6 months, they can be at the ballpark every day. They don't speak the language, and there's one person that's kind of their go-between, right? So find ways to end up helping them out. So I think that to me is the most compelling question right now. And then, you know, like if there were anything untowards that came out, and certainly there has been nothing in any of ESPN's reporting or what they've had from federal agents or anything that has been said that has suggested that Shohei Ohtani is actually involved in this in any way other than his money was taken from him, or was he approved, payments to be able to help his friend get out of debt. You know, I think that's the only other question I would have is if there's something that is there something untowards there? But again, like there doesn't seem like there's any indication of that to this point.
It is entirely plausible that as an interpreter, he turned into more than just an interpreter. You know, he may have even been helping pay bills or stay on top of bills and things like, because the day-to-day that, you know, we do in our households, harder to do when you're constantly on the road. Your season is 6 months long and you're so laser focused on your training, BP, you know, your bullpen sessions, whatever the case may be. So yeah, I don't think it's unusual if Ipe had a lot of access to things that you might not think an interpreter would have access to. My question though is this: let's pretend, just because the biggest ooh that people might look at is, oh, was Shohei betting on baseball? Let's pretend that he is legit when he says, don't bet on it, never wanted to, never did. What kind of trouble can he get into from Major League Baseball?
I don't think he'll get into anything from it. I mean, I really don't. I think, you know, like let's say that he thought this was a loan and he was paying it off for his friend. As long as he's being honest about it, like I don't see that there's anything that Major League Baseball is going to do. The last time a player was involved with an illegal bookmaking operation, it was Jared Cozart. You may remember pitched for the Marlins and the Astros, was a Phillies prospect for a while. Yeah, really good fastball, but never stuck around, in part because I think they're for reasons. But he was involved with one in 2015 and had to pay a fine, right? So I think the worst thing that happens is that he ends up getting fined, as long as it's being shown that he's not, that Ohtani was not betting on baseball, and there is nothing to suggest that he did. Now, I think it's much fairer to question his interpreters, what he says he did and didn't bet on, because we have a long history of untruths from him, right? A 90-minute interview from ESPN that he said was all lies. You know, the Athletic report that he misrepresented what his college education was. Like, you know, he said that he went to UC Riverside, and Riverside has no information of him being there. Now, maybe he went under a different name, who knows? But all of that stuff is possible, you know, and I think probably more likely than what you would have with Ohtani. And otherwise, it's just like, I think in the end, you know, what the league has to hope for too is that it's just like a guy whose friend made a lot of bad decisions, and sometimes even your good friends end up being bigger derelicts than you anticipate. Right. So, I mean, Josh, your friends deal with that all the time, right? Like, it's like,
yeah, John
Bishop, we were great friends, and they're like, yeah, Josh
friend
is a derelict.
Yeah. Bingo. What is the tale of this story? By tale, TAIL. Like, how long is this thing going to last? Because I almost wanted to say, how long will this hang over the season? But I guess it's until it's over. But what does that look like?
Yeah, I mean, charges filed against Mizuhara. I mean, I think that's, you know, or some sort of settlement comes about as a result of it, where, you know, I mean, if it's theft and he's being investigated by the IRS too, I mean, there's probably, you would think if he did something wrong, that there would be charges that are coming at some point. So I don't know when that would be. I mean, the government doesn't tend to move quickly on these things. So I think it's probably something that's going to be at least in the back of the heads of most everyone for a while. And So it just doesn't go away when you're as famous as Shohei Ohtani is too. So I think that's probably I think this is probably more towards the head than the tail of whatever animal the story is.
Most interesting on-field story you're watching for is when we begin the season.
Most interesting on-field story? Boy, that's a tough one. I think there's a lot of them that are interesting.
Sure.
I think I feel like I'm writing a really lousy book report now, right? It's like, of all the stories that could happen on the field, there are many that could be interesting. Interesting stories are what makes the 2024 baseball season go. I think the National League Central is really interesting to me because those teams are better, I think, as an aggregate than the American League Central teams, but they're not great.
Right.
And that makes for a really compelling race. Like, it would not be surprising to see first and last separated by 8 games over the course of the season, which you think about it isn't much, right? Like a 6-game difference is 1 win a month. So like, I think that is one of the compelling stories. I think Atlanta is just a really compelling story because I think it has gotten lost in all of the activity for the Dodgers and the attention on getting Ohtani and Yamamoto, how good the Braves still are. Like, I was doing an interview earlier today. We were talking about, I appreciate that there are more people that are doing predictions that are going to kind of a tiered system rather than like just ranking them, right? Because I think it's more accurate. But there are an awful lot of people that put the Dodgers and the Braves on the same tier, and I don't think that's right. I think it's Atlanta, and then there's a gap, and then there's the next group of teams, right? So I think that one's interesting. I think Baltimore is clearly an interesting story coming off a 100-win season. Can they repeat that without Felix Bautista at the end of games? New ownership expected to get control of the club tomorrow. Like, I think that's an interesting story. I think the National League West should be very competitive 1 through 4. I think Seattle is an interesting story because they have reworked their offense in the hopes of it being more consistent and a better team, and certainly the top 3 guys in their rotation are as good as anybody. And I think, do the Yankees' big play for Soto work? I think that's another one. Is the Yankees have? It's interesting because like I was corresponding with Dan Szymborski, who does the Zips projections for Fangraphs, a few months ago, and I asked him about variability when they run these. What happens? They basically run the season 10,000 times, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you get the percentages. So like if you see in the Zips projection that a team is projected for 83 wins. Well, that's a 50th percentile projection. That means half the time they're above that number, half the below. And I asked him what the biggest variability was, and he said it was the Yankees, was the team that had the biggest variability of outcomes, because if their star players are hurt, they're toast. And that, I think, is really interesting to me because a lot of it is on Judge and Soto and Cole, who's now going to miss 2 months. And, does Rodon bounce back? Is Cortez healthy? Is Giancarlo Stanton better? Like, those things are really real questions, I think, about New York. And so I'm kind of interested in that as well. I think those would be some of the ones just kind of off the top of my head that would be interesting storylines for me going into 2024.
Mike Farron back, folks.
A weekly segment.
I should say Husker expert Mike Farron.
Yeah, he
is our most accurate Husker prognosticator the last 3 years.
Can I ask a question? You guys, you guys cover college sports, right?
Occasionally.
Yeah.
How is it that Washington now has 3 athletic directors in the same time that ASU hasn't added any?
Great question.
Good question.
Yeah.
It helps that Washington's now in the big boys league and ASU got left behind.
They're in the Big 12.
Well, but I don't know if you know this, but it's really the Big 2, and then there's the tier system. The Braves, that would be the SEC and the Big 10, and then there's
I'm aware. I mean, like, listen, I get that that they're shopping at Saks and that the Big 12 is shopping at like Joseph A. Bank, but still, that makes nice clothes.
You can get 6 suits for like $150 each.
You can.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah.
Whereas, conferences like the MAC are now shopping at Kohl's, where you can get 6 suits for $150.
Where's the Pac-12 shopping?
The Pac-12 is not shopping anymore.
No more shopping.
They've got a lot of money, though. It looks like that they're going to be able to. The Pac-12 is going to exist again, or the Pac whatever is going to exist again.
Something that will replace the Pac-12 will exist.
Right.
Yes.
We've secretly replaced John's Pac-12 with.
And then
the
we
Mountain
get
West Conference.
And then we get Chris Farley, and he's freaking out, and he's going off on the waitress.
Can I ask Aaron a baseball question?
No, we're way past time now,
Okay,
Nick.
that's fine. I understand.
You'll enjoy this. Nick will probably ask better baseball questions this year than Josh will.
Cool. Barron, the Rockies. Oh, hey, it's me. The Rockies were the only team to get graded
You
in
get distracted with your reflection like a dog does.
He's going on a trip to Las Vegas this week with Josh.
So he's looking for gambling tips.
Right, no, he's not. He's
we
being
just
genuine.
spent
He's being
15 minutes
No, he's
talking
being-
about gambling and baseball.
He's
and
being
you still
genuine,
want
Mike. Ask your question, Nick. We're way past time.
Thank you. The Rockies were the only team that the Athletic gave an F for the offseason because they didn't do anything. They got a couple really bad pitchers for some reason. Is there anything they can do to catch up to the rest of the NL West, or are they going to be the first team to have 2 100-loss seasons in a row?
Yes, change their name to the Braves and get all their players.
They're not going to be very good this year. I mean,
No.
they have some talent in their farm system, but it's not. They are as behind the times as any organization is and has been. I mean, in terms of how they use data, technology, player development. They have some like legendary scouts that are helping to run that organization, but they have not kept up, and their owner is very heavily involved in the decision-making processes there, and I don't think he's always made the right decisions. So I believe it is going to be difficult for them. It's tough to lose 100 games in a season, right? I think the Astros did it 3 times in a row once. That's a lot. I don't know if they're going to lose 100 again, but they're not going to be very good. They're far and away the worst team in that division.
Tovar's probably not moving the needle anymore, is he?
He's a solid player. Like, I like Tovar. I think he's got a chance to be a good everyday shortstop, but there's not.
I love how Nick's questions are
Thank you,
triggering
Barron.
you.
They're not triggering me. I'm just confused.
Do you not know who Ezekiel Tovar is?
No, of course I don't.
He just literally just signed
Ezekiel Elliott
$60 million contract.
Yes, he might be back on the Cowboys, and I don't really like that.
We have a shortstop now. He's
That's
like
great.
our Bobby Witt Jr.
I hope he's good. I'm happy for the Royals.
I'm proud of Nick, by the way.
Good job, Nick.
I love that he is of baseball now.
Hey, he likes football too. And
Was that a competent question, Farron?
It was a very good one. It was way better than anything Josh would do.
John
Josh, what are you
asked,
packing?
what are you excited for? And you're like, wow, what an amazing question. I ask that crap every week, and you make fun of it.
It's all in how you ask the question.
Josh, it's because I like John better. I mean, you're just
I know,
figuring this
because
out.
he likes baseball.
I love baseball.
Yeah, well.
John and I have been on ghost tours together. When have we ever done that?
That's
yeah,
right.
let's go on one when you come to Omaha this summer,
It was a-
Farron.
it was a really bad
Let's go
ghost
for-
tour, but it was a
Mike,
ghost
come for a
tour.
run with me. We could bond over running.
Yeah, I'll talk to you guys next week.
All right,
All right,
bye,
Mike Farron,
Bye.
ladies and gentlemen. See ya. He'll join us on Wednesdays.
Bye, Mike.
He'll join us on Wednesdays this season.
How fun is that going to be?
Baseball.
Baseball Tuesdays, by the way.
Yeah,
Oh no, Tuesdays. I'm sorry, Tuesdays.
Tuesdays.
I get my days mixed up.
Yeah, because you're not paying attention to Creighton baseball right now, as we all know.
Thank
But I
you for
am.
letting me ask Farron a question. I know.
Yeah,
we're
next
past
time, don't
but-
do it so late to the clock, Nick.
I wanted to, and then you guys
You're
started talking
you're a
about football.
producer. I have to backseat produce the producer on the
Well, that's
air.
all right because Sip's not joining us today.
That's true. He's not.
But the happy hour is next.
Hell yeah.
It's our last happy hour together.
Until next Monday.
Until
If Creighton goes to the Final Four, what day of the week are you leaving?
I have
next week?
no idea. I have no idea.
I'm just wondering.
I'm hoping that's a problem.
You would be very happy.
I would be very happy.
Jason Green.
He probably would have something to say about that. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to worry about this afternoon. We are seeing some delays on westbound L Street around 120th, on eastbound Industrial around 144th. If you're east on Dodge, you're going to see delays between 680 and 90th. Same goes on westbound Dodge from 680 to 108th. And then if you're north on 204th, slight delay around West Center. And then down on 370, if you're headed westbound, slight delay around 84th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Pyramid Roofing.
If you've seen the white trucks with Rufus, the spotted dog, then you know about Pyramid Roofing. Spring's almost here. Replace your siding, windows, roof, or gutters. Call Pyramid Roofing at 402-502-9300 or visit
PyramidRoof.com. Never settle for less.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
There's no better thing than to help others in their time of need. John Bishop here to invite you to be an organ and tissue donor at goodguysavelives.com. Anyone can register, regardless of age or medical condition. Donor hearts and lungs save lives. Donor tissue makes recovery from surgery easier. Next time you renew your license, check that organ and tissue donor box or visit goodguysavelives.com. Learn more about organ donation today and see how you can save 8 lives at goodguysavelives.com.
Omaha fans, are you ready to score tickets to your favorite events hassle-free? Yes. Shop local Tickets for Less, located right here in Omaha, 145th and West Center Road. No hidden fees, just transparent pricing. And when you use the promo code THEZONE at checkout, you'll save big at ticketsforless.com. Whether it's sports, concerts, or something else, Tickets for Less has you covered. If you have a question, call today, 402-398-1999. You'll never find better customer service because every seat holds a story. Find yours and use the promo code THEZONE at checkout at ticketsforless.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is your home for the big game. We're in the middle of the best time of the year of basketball season, with meaningful games every night, with 40 TVs and massive dual projectors. The games have never looked better. Pair that with their award-winning char-buffed wings and $7.99 Monday through Friday lunch specials. Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill has everything you need. 173rd and West Center Road, and for takeout, 162nd and Maple.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a pub. Throw. It would be nice to have a pub. Throw. It would be nice to have a pub. Throw. It would be nice to have a pub. Throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw. It would be nice to have a blow throw from your mom.
The happy hour is on the air.
Oh boy. What a day. What a week.
See you later.
Yeah.
Bye.
I'll be headed to Detroit tomorrow.
Yep.
You guys will be off to Vegas.
Yep.
Las Vegas.
Yes. We're
Not to be confused with the other Vegases.
sure. Where Josh and Connor and Nick will be sitting poolside doing radio shows.
Yes.
And I'll be contributing in some form from Detroit.
We didn't figure it out in the crossover.
No, we never did.
We'll be fine.
We'll vibe it out.
We never did.
Yeah. But yeah, Happer is filling in for you tomorrow. So it's the
Yeah.
Grum with Happer and yours truly. Then I'll be on with Happer on his show on Thursday and Friday, and then he'll be on with me on our show, but we'll be off at 5 both of those days.
Right, because we've got Sweet 16 coverage.
Bingo.
Sweet 16 coverage.
Yes.
Which, of course,
well, it's a great reminder, John.
Concludes that the Blue Jays will be taking on Tennessee sometime way after dark.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll have all of it for you right here on your home for Blue Jay basketball, 1620 The Zone.
And that is a great reminder that our censored contest is about to come to an end, because tomorrow we are selecting 16 listeners, John, and we're going to pair them, each of them, with 16 teams that remain in this college basketball playoff thing. And the team that wins the whole thing in a couple of Mondays, the championship, they lift a trophy.
Yep.
Jim Nance used to give people ties, but Jim Nance doesn't call games anymore.
Now he just sits in the stands and roots for Houston.
Exactly. Anyway, whoever gets paired with that team that gets to lift the prize, you get a prize. That person will get a prize.
$1,620 is the prize.
Incredible. Go to
so
1620.
Time is running out. The winners, or the winners, or the contestants, I should say, are going to be selected tomorrow.
Yeah.
So subscribe today.
Nice.
Subscribe today to our 1620, the email. We really need to hammer down how we're calling this thing. It still says it still says subscribe today on the website.
I think you're just being pedantic, John.
He definitely
That's
is.
kind of important.
He definitely is being
If
pedantic.
you go to 1620thezone.com and look for 1620 the email, you will not find it. But you will find subscribe today.
That's actually a great point. It does not say 1620 the email on the website. It should say subscribe today to 1620 the email.
It's true.
That's what it should say.
That's a good
But do that so that you can get perhaps drawn tomorrow, and then you'll get a team selected.
You get a prize.
You'll be able to root for that team all the way in. Speaking of those tip-off times,
You get a prize.
I didn't realize this until this morning.
I realized it the other day.
Well, I knew that. I mean, the only tip-off time I was worried about was Creighton, right? Because that's the game I'm doing.
Just
The rest of the
tip-off.
games, don't give a damn.
Wow.
But the fact that, and I'll be as respectful as I can, but basically TV executives are jackasses. They're also not very smart.
Wow. John
They
says
also have no concept of how time zones work and everything else. They just look at their little ratings numbers and their brands and all this other
This
stuff.
is what
and
you get, John,
just-
for being a TV ratings guy. You have to bow to these people, kiss their feet, lick their boots.
No, I don't. No. What?
Thank you,
How
TV
you
Daddy.
what you do
Hey,
with that
Daddy's home. Lick,
information?
lick, 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 lick.
The information is not fraudulent. It's what you do with the information that can be fraudulent.
Mm.
So your four regionals this year, of course, Creighton is in Detroit. That's the Midwest.
Yep.
Dallas is the South region.
Okay.
Boston is the East, and LA is the West.
Okay.
The games in Los Angeles and Dallas,
which are the Pacific and the Central time zone,
are the games that are tipping off earlier on Thursday and Friday than the games that will be played on the East Coast in Boston and Detroit. How does this happen?
John, there are going to be, how many people are going to be in the arena for the start of the Arizona Clemson game at 4:09 Pacific time in the afternoon? How many people? That place is going to be empty AF. It is not going to have a whole lot of people.
No.
It's not.
Now, listen, I mean, you're always going to run into it. It's not that they've really changed the tip-off times. I mean, the Sweet 16 games have always been, early evening. The first game is around 6:30.
They don't
and the
do-
second game is 2.5 hours-ish later.
They don't do any afternoon stuff with these because
Right.
they want
So,
everybody to be home. Or
The
as many
times haven't changed, but the fact that, that they are pushing the Eastern games later than the games played in other time zones is just ridiculous.
And obviously, it's all for TV. You say, okay, well, why? Okay, well, North Carolina. So real quick, the earlier games are the CBS games. So the beginning of the doubleheader, it starts on CBS. So they want the biggest brands to be on the CBS game. Well, on Thursday, that means you get North Carolina in the second game. On Friday, it means you get Duke. And so that's why. It's because they basically retrofit the entire schedule around the second game being the biggest draw. And so that's why it happens. Duke's in Dallas, Carolina's in LA. Boom. That's how it's decided because those are bigger draws than anybody else on the board. I'm not disagreeing with
It's still
you.
stupid.
I'm not disagreeing.
It's still stupid. Again, any bimbo off the street can be a television executive. You don't have to be smart to run a television network.
Sean points out on Saturday, I noticed this too. On Saturday, the Salt Lake City game between Arizona and Dayton was the first to tip off at 10:45 local time.
10:45 local
no
time.
site tipped until
and of course
4:45.
Pittsburgh tipped late.
Yeah, so I know I mentioned this yesterday, but I bought my tickets to Dune 2 like days before, hoping like, please God, don't put the Creighton game early because I want to go watch the movie when there's not as many games going on. But you know what I figured? I was like, I'm probably going to have to I'm going to have to go to the movie a different time because there's no way that the Pittsburgh game won't be at the start of the day because they're in the Eastern time zone. Not only was I wrong, I was way wrong because it was the last damn game of the night. Couldn't believe it.
Well, it is what it is. What are you going to do?
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. How about this? Jordan emails in. This is what I see on the website, and it says sign up for 1620 to email.
Did they finally change it?
Wow. All the crap that you gave them, they changed
Finally.
It's a tough look for you, John.
Yep.
Like,
why is it a tough look for me?
He goes to Pittsburgh.
Why
for
is it a tough
3
look for me?
days.
I was the one that guilted them to doing it.
Maybe they did it days ago, but now you're back on the air just spewing garbage and nonsense.
More fake news from John.
Well, maybe they could have let people know.
No,
Like me.
I think you're the only person who still calls it that. I think that's probably
Because that's what it's been on the website these last umpteen months. Subscribe today. That's literally what it said.
I think
I'm
Pittsburgh
just trying
changes
not
people.
to confuse people. That's all.
Our coworker Alyssa is convinced that Happer came back a different person from Pittsburgh. Maybe John's come back a different
Happer
person.
came back a different person. He's the same guy.
She says she's getting different vibes off of Happer.
Different vibes?
I think it's the terrible towel. I think he bought a possessed terrible towel.
John
that
is
just
the
made him
exact
of
same as
Pittsburgh.
he always is. Sarcastic and old.
And grumpy.
Yeah,
And horny.
exactly. And horny.
And always correct.
Yeah, I think
just
I figured
like
out what
I'm
John's
always
username
correct
is.
about the big
Hello.
bad Big Ten.
Oh, here we go. Time to open up the email inbox.
I was curious because
interesting.
Certainly the Big Ten has famously not won a national championship since 2000
No, Maryland won in 2002, John.
when they were in the ACC.
But they're a Big Ten team now.
Yes, I'm sure the Big Ten would like to appropriate them.
Mm-hmm.
But John Rothstein, who of course has been on the sidelines for CBS, covers college basketball,
Not friend of the Grum.
says underrated Sweet 16 storyline. Will a Big Ten have a team in the Final Four? The league has had 32 teams reach the last 4 NCAA tournaments. Only 6 have made the second weekend. Wow. 6 out of 32 in the last 4 tournaments.
It's not very good.
Have reached the second weekend. There was another tweet. No Final Four team since 2019. Talking about the Big Ten. Last 3 tournaments, Big Ten has 23 total bids, most of any conference. The league has only 5 Sweet 16s. Michigan, Purdue twice, Michigan State, and Illinois. And of course, Purdue and Illinois are this year. That's less than good. So I was curious. What is the breakdown between the major conferences and how they have performed in the NCAA tournament?
Okay.
Has the Big Ten, because we do tend to look at the Final Four, at the national championship, and use that as our guide of how good are these conferences, how good they really are.
We do it in football.
We do it in football.
We do it in every sport. For how many years, John, was the AFC the lesser conference? The Eastern Conference in the NBA.
In the NBA.
The lesser conference.
So what I did was I went back to 2001, the first year the Big Ten started their infamous streak.
Duke won it all that year.
And compared the 6 power conferences in basketball. And
so these are the traditional Power 5
the traditional
football
Power 5 and
plus
the Big East.
Okay.
And I also, as I did this, I divided the decade basically in half, because when the Big East reformed in 2013, that also coincided with, a few moves, Nebraska had just joined the Big Ten a couple of years earlier.
It was a big era for realignment.
Yeah. So I used that year because for especially the Big East, that was the most dramatic change.
Yeah, other leagues, it's just like about adding teams. That was a total change. In terms of what was happening with the Big East.
So here is what I found.
Okay.
So in we'll call it the first half of this 2 decades, 2001 to 2013, The Big East had the most bids, and 92 bids. The next nearest conference was the Big Ten with 73.
And that was, remember, the Big East. How big was the Big East?
I mean, it got really big. It was 14, 15 teams, as I recall, at its peak.
I was going to say,
right?
Yeah, I'm going to look up the 2009.
When you had BC and Pitt and West Virginia.
There were 16 teams in the 09 Big East
And remember,
tournament.
Notre Dame was an associate member as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at some of these teams. South Florida, Rutgers. Obviously, DePaul still sucked. Cincinnati,
right,
etc. Wow, that was crazy.
But what I broke it down by Sweet 16s, Final Fours, and national titles. And then I've got a number in parentheses, which is the percent. So, for example, the Big East, 92 bids, had 37 of those teams advance to the Sweet 16, or 40%.
Wow, so it's not even that they just have literally the most teams out of anyone that advanced to the Sweet 16. They actually had the highest percentage.
Yeah, that's the highest percent, but look how close those percentages are.
Yeah.
ACC had 26 out of 66, which is 39%. Big Ten had 29 out of 73, which is 39%. The Big 12 had 38%. The Pac-12 had 38%. The SEC had 32. But I mean, that's pretty close.
Yeah.
That's pretty close. So not real any one dominance. Now, if you extrapolate it out a little further and look at the Final Fours, again, the Big East had the most raw number of Final Fours, but by percentage,
they dropped their third.
They were behind the ACC, which had 9 Final Four teams.
The Big
The Big
Ten.
Ten had 9 Final Four teams. And again, this is basing the percentage off the total number of bids. And then in the national title category, ACC had 5 titles.
Ooh, wow.
Big East had 4. SEC had 3. Big 12 had 1.
And so it's interesting that we see this, because one of my theories was going to be that the Big Ten has actually been worse over the last, I don't know how many years, but this is going to show us decade. And this fits that, because while they were not winning the title, they didn't win at all. They had the second highest number of teams that made it to the Final Four. They had the second highest percentage of teams that made it to the Final Four. They just weren't able to get it done.
Correct.
And they also made multiple national championships. Illinois lost to North Carolina. Michigan State lost to North Carolina, among others.
And then the second half of this period will, starting with the reformed Big East to present. And by the way, the numbers
they do include this year.
They do include this year's bids and Sweet 16s. Obviously, we don't know who's in the Final Four yet.
Sure.
But the conference with the most bids since 2014 is the Big Ten with 71. The Big 12 is a close second with 68. ACC 66. The SEC 59, the Big East 50, the Pac-12 43. And of course, the Big East, a lot fewer bids, but they also have a lot fewer teams. The Pac-12 is the one that's interesting because they actually grew by a couple of schools.
Yes.
And had far fewer bids than they did from 2001 to 2013.
Yeah, because, when did they go to the Pac-12? When did they become a 12-team league?
When they added Colorado and
Utah,
so that would have been the same time Nebraska joined.
So 2011.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
But now, when you look at the percentages, it's not nearly as balanced. The ACC got nearly half of their bids into the Sweet 16, 48%. The next nearest, the Pac-12, despite having the lowest number of bids, they had 19 of those 43 make the Sweet 16.
So pound for pound, they were doing a good job once they got in.
44%. The SEC got 37% of their teams into the Sweet 16. Then the Big 12 at 34. Then the Big 10 at 31. And then finally the Big East at 30%.
Wow. So what this is telling us actually is Big 10, Big East handshake meme. They both suck in the dance.
Well, at least getting to the Sweet 16 now, when you move out to the national titles, the Big East is tied for the most national titles since 2014, thanks to Villanova and UConn. ACC's got 3, Big 12 has 2.
Yeah, and how many?
Now, again, we don't. That's not complete information because we don't have the 2024 season done yet.
So real quick, Big 12, the national championship winners are Baylor and Kansas in back-to-back years, in fact. The Big East, it's UConn last year and the 2 Villanova years.
Yep.
The ACC is, so we're talking about North Carolina, Duke, and did one of those teams win another one? Did North Carolina win 2, or did a different ACC team win in that?
Virginia.
Okay, interesting. So the ACC has had 3 separate championship winners, the Big 12 2, and the Big East 2 for their 3 championships.
Correct.
Fascinating. This fits exactly the narrative that I was kind of building in my own head, and that is the Big Ten has not been as good in terms of making deep runs as they were. I mean, those are the first bit is middle school, high school, and college years for me. And back then, I thought the Big Ten was they always did it. A lot of it was Michigan State, sure, but they always were able to do that. That has changed. Who's the best team in the Big Ten over the last few years? Obviously, Purdue. Purdue bounced out last year. Now they're still in it this year. But they haven't had that true breakthrough. As good as they have been as a program, they made the Elite Eight versus Virginia, the year Virginia won the championship, but they have not been able to break all the way through.
Yeah, there's no question. The Big Ten has been a disappointment in terms of advancing teams. And the ACC continues to show the best when it comes to overall. I mean, they had the most national titles in the front half of this period, and they're tied for the most national titles in this half. They also have 8 Final Fours. The next nearest conference, Big Ten, Big 12, and SEC each have 5.
Well, how about this for them? They gained Syracuse. You want to talk about now? I know Syracuse.
They gained Syracuse, and Syracuse really hasn't helped them in this.
Yeah, they had that 1 year where
they gained Syracuse and Louisville.
See, yeah, and
Louisville's helped.
Louisville, but this is also in the post-Louisville national championship era.
Yeah, that's
as
true.
Well. Dave Fight tweets in JTech Constructions on Twitter feed. He says the which conference is best debate is so silly, especially when it's based on the top teams. When Gonzaga was making Final Fours, were we saying the West Coast Conference was the best? And obviously we were.
Well, but that's a little bit. I mean, that's literally yes, they're one team. But when you look at this and you look at the total number of bids and how that league does, I think it does give you at least a little bit of a idea of which conference has bragging rights, because these are the leagues that swallow up most of the bids. Gonzaga is that rare outlier. Gonzaga is basically like Notre Dame in football, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like they're an independent. I realize they're not, but it's basically like they are because they schedule in the non-conference like Notre Dame, and they basically handle themselves that way.
Mm-hmm.
And it's why, if it weren't for their geography, they would be in one of these conferences right now. The Big East would have them right now if it weren't for the geography.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of people, influential people within the Big East that say we need to get them into our league. Geography be damned.
Yeah, because they're a great school.
It's a great basketball product, and it's going to help inflate these numbers.
Jacob texted into the show, 402-951-1620. I think Purdue winning the Natty this year might be the funniest outcome, given how much Big Ten fans care about breaking the drought, but also absolutely hate this Purdue team. That would be funny from that perspective.
You know what? That's what I want now. That's hilarious.
Wow, rooting against the Creighton Blue Jays. Your 1620 the zone Blue Jays, Nick?
I want John to shave his face. I think that would be hilarious.
Well, that ain't happening if Purdue wins.
Because that means that Purdue would beat them in the region that they're in right now.
I understand, but I want the chaos option. I think it would.
That's
be
not
funny.
chaos.
That's
they're
not
the 1
chaos.
seed.
They're a 1 seed.
That's not chaos.
It'd be chaotic locally.
No,
people wouldn't like it.
Wouldn't.
People wouldn't like it.
You need to look up the definition of chaos because the 1 seed winning and making Creighton fans mad is not chaotic. That's just sports. That's sports existing.
That's fair. I was wrong.
Yes. Wow. Put that on.
Yeah, I don't think there is a team winning the national title this year that would create a chaos scenario.
NC State.
NC State's been a national champion. At least that's a brand.
They only made the tournament because they have gone on a hell of a run.
But we saw literally the exact same thing with UConn a few years ago.
Oh God, I hate UConn so much.
When UConn essentially did what NC State is trying to do right now.
It's garbage. Kick them out. Kick them out of the sport. I don't like UConn. I've always hated
chaos.
UConn.
Would be like if Belmont went and won the
Josh is anti-dog.
I love dogs. I just
hate Oakland,
UConn.
if our boy Golke would have shot them into the national title.
KD says, I've defended Nick over the years, but he is now dead to me. Fire Nick petition begins now.
I said I was
What
wrong.
did he say that was so
KD he's one of you. He's a John Bishop KD handshake meme.
Well,
You're of Creighton. You're both of Creighton. I know that you hear his name and you get the hives about football season and the 49ers winning all those.
No, I don't get hives about the 49ers. The 49ers never win Super Bowls like the Rams do.
People forget that the 49ers have a longer Super Bowl drought than the Cowboys do.
They do.
KD, if it makes you feel any better, I'm a Creighton baseball fan.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Like watching them. The
What is
games are
happening?
accessible. They're there. I like Charles Schwab.
You like Charles Schwab. Boy, you are becoming Republican.
What a wild take.
The ballpark.
Ha! Text from the 402. Hope Nick can handle all this chaos in the NFL playoffs with the Chiefs winning. Whoa, so chaotic. Patrick Mahomes won a Super Bowl again.
I can't believe how chaotic F1 gets when Max Verstappen wins.
Exactly.
But will Patrick Mahomes finish his career in Kansas City?
Whoa, talk about a bomb to drop on the end of the show.
Talk about chaos.
Now that would be chaotic. Is he going to the Cowboys?
I said, will Patrick Mahomes finish his career in Kansas City?
I see what you're saying. I picked up what you're dropping.
1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
I have mostly sports things that I want nothing to do with muted.
Okay.
Major League Baseball, muted. Baseball, muted.
I thought you loved the Mets.
I did.
Yeah.
Mahomes, Chiefs, Harbaugh, Wolverines, Michigan, FIFA World Cup,
Goal,
Qatar,
Goal.
World Cup, VAR, USMTNC, World Cup, Wordle. I got lots on here.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Skies become partly cloudy, but it's breezy and chilly this evening with the temperatures around 30. Mostly clear and cold tonight, lows in the upper teens, partly cloudy, and a little chilly on Wednesday, a high in the mid-40s. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Currently, no wrecks to avoid this evening. Delays if you're east on I-80 going from 680 to 60th. If you're west on I-80, those delays go from 42nd to 60th. If you're east on L Street, expect delays going from 108th all the way to 90th. Stop-and-go traffic on westbound 370 just before 480. Delays on northbound 204th at Q Street. And if you're west on Dodge, stop-and-go traffic from 680 to 120th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
The electrical market requires your company to adjust to an ever-changing field. IBEW Local 22 gives you flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, and proven training programs. Call Bob at IBEW Local 22 for details at 402-980-7596.
There's no need to hunt for the prize eggs. They're waiting for you at the 42 Degrees Easter sale. Hop on in and fill your basket with drastically reduced prices on premium cannabis, CBD, Delta, premium kratom, American glass up to 50% off, and disposables up to 75% off. The Easter sale at 42 Degrees, your destination for top-tier cannabis, second-to-none product selection, and exceptional service. 42 Degrees, by your mom's house.
His voice is often mistaken for a dial tone. He is the most uninteresting man in the world.
Hi, I'm Bob Berger. I'm still the most uninteresting man in the world. But if you're tired of losing sleep over business and personal taxes, payroll and employee benefits, financial statements and QuickBooks, call me.
Call Berger, Elliott, and Pritchard CPAs at 402-551-1919 or visit BEPCPA.com.
Hey, it's Apper for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and we are post-first weekend, which probably means your bracket is busted. But no need to fear. FanDuel is here for you. You can bet on every game of the tournament. So whether you're betting on UConn to win the national championship or someone more local to win the national championship, you can do that. Or each individual game, point spreads, money lines, and so much more available for you on the FanDuel Sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So take a look at our games for this weekend. Plenty of options for you. Great matchups all across the board. You win your first $5 bet, and that's $200 in bonus bets for the rest of the tourney for you. All you have to do is head to FanDuel.com/Happer and bet on college hoops until they cut down the nets. FanDuel.com/Happer. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
UNO Hockey has qualified for the NCAA tournament and opens up with Minnesota on Thursday in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Puck drop is 7:30. You can hear all the action on 1290 Coil as the Mavs take on the Gophers on Thursday night to open the NCAA tournament.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
Why are you asking about my poll?
On 1620 The Zone.
Real quick, Will texts in. He says, boys, have a safe, productive, and satisfying fun business trip. It won't be the same here without you all. Will, thank you.
Well, first of all, we'll still be here. We'll just be in a different here.
We'll be gone.
We'll be gone. You know what?
So there's not going to be anything on the air?
No, we're doing lots of shows. I'm still working tomorrow.
Well, there you go.
There's going to be content.
Yep. And we're sitting by the pool.
I'm still posting things on YouTube.
It doesn't matter
with
where
fun
here
graphics,
is
Nick.
as long as we're here.
I love the graphics. Nick loves the arrow.
I love the arrow.
He uses the arrow all the time.
Does he use the arrow?
It draws the eye.
You just heard the promo for Yes UNO.
Yep.
There's your hockey bracket, kids.
Look at this.
Yes,
Nick,
UNO.
Nick, who is Omaha playing in the first round of the NCAA tournament?
Minnesota!
You have to scream, Nick.
That's right, Minnesota.
I'm excited.
Who are they playing, Nick?
Oh my gosh, Josh.
Minnesota!
I thought you were going to ask me what the most chaotic team to win would be, and I was going to say Boston College.
Boston College. I don't believe it.
Well, that wouldn't be chaotic. They're literally the number one overall
That was
seed.
a callback, John.
To our previous segment.
I did a callback.
If you're listening to the radio replay right now and you're like, what the hell? Check out the previous radio replay.
Yes.
I'm excited to follow along to the Mavs. Remember when they made that run to the Frozen Four and we had John Buccigross on the Grum?
Damn right. we
Nick,
did.
if they make the Frozen Four,
We'll
you need
get
to
John Buccigross on.
You think Nick can get him? Hey, John.
Wait a minute.
are
I
you
thought we
down?
got him on because of the NHL playoffs.
Well, eventually, but we also got him on because he was covering the Frozen Four.
Did
he
we?
became a friend of the Grum.
Did we? I thought we only got him for the NHL playoffs.
Well,
Well,
Stibbs
that's
isn't
good.
listening.
Now
otherwise
he's an
we'd ask him.
estranged friend of the Grum.
Yeah.
There's a pretty big election next week in Kansas City.
You keep bringing up elections.
Well, this one's kind of important, and it
Keep
might
politics out of
actually
sports.
impact your favorite team or teams.
The Cowboys?
Because we know that there are
Dolphins?
many Chiefs and Royals fans in this here market.
There are.
But next week,
What are they
voters
voting
in
on?
Jackson County, which is the county that incorporates the city of Kansas City proper, on extending their 3/8 cent stadium sales tax, which would generate more than $2 billion over 40 years. This money would be used to help construct the new Royals downtown stadium and renovations for Arrowhead Stadium.
Can you explain
which
to us?
the Chiefs are desirous of.
Can you explain to us 3/8 of a cent and how that would turn into $1 billion? Because I need to get on that.
Well, I mean, you get enough people to spend money on sales tax, hotels, restaurants, bars, rental cars, things of that. Anything that gets charged to sales tax, there's a 3/8 cent tax, and then it's multiplicity, Josh.
I hate when they break down a cent to other fractions of a cent. Because a cent doesn't mean anything.
It's already
anymore
tiny
anyway.
baby.
Well, it obviously means a lot because the Chiefs and the Royals are already positioning themselves for the doomsday scenario should this not pass. And there is some pretty aggressive opposition against it, namely from former Royals second baseman Frank White, who is an executive on the Jackson County board.
Nick, get a Gandalf the Grey ready for us for this segment.
I have no idea what that means.
You shall not pass. That's what some of the Royals fans and Chiefs fans are saying, right, John?
Before he got killed by the Balrog, John. In the Misty Mountains.
Sure.
The Misty Mountains.
Sure. Anyway, the Chiefs and Royals are already talking about exploring all options for where we would play come 2031 if this does not pass.
Now, how likely is it? Have we seen polling? How likely
I
is it?
tried to look up to see if there was some polling data. I have not seen anything.
I'm curious,
but
as
I
to
mean, but
if the
there
voters
is
will call their bluff.
But there is an organization. They're especially angry at the Royals plan because they believe some downtown businesses will get displaced by building the ballpark. And
so they want them to stay at Kauffman.
They want them to stay at Kauffman.
Okay.
In fact, they're even organizing a free concert downtown.
Oh, is Scotty McCreery going to be there?
I don't know if Scotty McCreery is going to be there. The Kansas City Downtown Neighborhood Association released results of an email and online poll that shows that 57% of downtown residents are opposed to the ballpark.
How much percent?
57, only 30% in favor of the ballpark.
Which is more than 3/8.
Now that's just the people. Obviously, there are people voting from all parts of Jackson County, but
yeah,
the idea that the Chiefs want this money too for renovations at Arrowhead Stadium, and that both teams are positioning themselves, and yeah, this happens all the time in these cases. But could you imagine a world where the Chiefs and the Royals would end up somewhere else?
I literally cannot imagine it. I will call their bluff and say that this is not going to happen.
What if the Royals come north?
Well,
and
what's
the
not
Omaha
going to
Royals are
happen?
back?
The
Chiefs are not going to move.
Well, but if the vote goes their way, then they get their money.
If the vote goes against them, they're not going to move. They're not going to move. Where would they go?
People in Brooklyn once thought the Dodgers would never move.
See, that's such a different era, though. No one would ever move out of New York City, today.
People in Los Angeles didn't think both the Raiders and Rams would move in the same year.
This won't happen. The Chiefs are not going to move out of Kansas City. That would be idiotic. That is a fan base that cares more than
I know it does, but guess what matters more?
I
Money.
know money. They can buy it themselves. I do not buy this. I do not think that it will happen. No way.
I could see
maybe the baseball.
I could see the Royals more than the Chiefs.
Football is such a different beast. Football is such a different beast. Because there's not there are obvious football cities that we need right now, like no offense to any cities that don't have the NFL. Baseball wants to go to other markets. Baseball wants to go to Charlotte. They want to go to Portland. They want to go to Vancouver.
Salt Lake.
Vegas. There are all
Montreal.
these places that we talk about. There's not that for the NFL. I know that earlier you joked, I think, about St. Louis, the St. Louis Chiefs, which just sounds weird.
Wouldn't that be funny? I wonder how that would go if they would literally just pack up and move across the state.
Yeah, it wouldn't go very well for the people in Kansas City, I'll tell you that much. But yeah,
but it will be fascinating to watch how this vote goes, and especially if the vote doesn't pass, if the Royals and Chiefs would be called on their bluff, or what they would do.
Jeremy writes, I love that I can turn y'all on anytime and hear about you looking up polls or talking about cream.
Was it polls or cream this time?
This was polls.
Okay.
Josh asked about the poll.
Yeah. My wife likes the poll.
But that'll be worth watching. So
Sure.
for those of you who, like you watch your politics, this is a good
John,
one.
turn on MSNBC next week. And
Why would I turn on MSNBC?
Because they'll be talking about this voting thing.
Well, they won't be talking about that vote. They don't care about Kansas City.
They might.
There should be a sports equivalent.
They only care about the lib votes.
And if the R's win, they're like, oh no, the R's won again. They don't like that either. They don't want the red.
Yeah.
They do. They got to talk about elections, John. They can't just talk about when the blue side wins.
That is part of their job.
Yeah, they can't do that.
Well, I mean, they do make things up.
Make things up.
Of course they do.
Wow.
All those cable noise channels make things up.
Make things up.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Well, we don't make things up here.
No, we definitely don't.
Because coming up next, it's time for some content.
Do we have Wednesday NFL games and content? We didn't include that today, did we?
No, that was going to be a separate
we never got
deal.
a chance to talk about that. And you're not going to be here tomorrow, and then you're going to be gone.
Well, the good news is that game's not going to happen for almost exactly 9 months.
I know, but I still want your takes on it.
Somebody could be born when that game happens.
Yes, Nick, someone will be born when that game happens.
Oh, are you suggesting something?
Congrats on the sex.
You're saying someone right now is getting impregnated.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. That's what you're trying to imply.
Or are you trying to
Someone
send
could be
messages
born.
through the airwaves to certain someone?
No.
Whoa, Nick, congrats.
No.
By the way, if you missed it, I just wanted to mention this in passing. The NFL apparently is planning on 2 games on Christmas, which is a Wednesday this year. This is according to Albert Breer. And you ready for this, John? The plan is for the 4 teams playing on Wednesday to also be a part of a doubleheader the previous Saturday. So they'll play Saturday, and then they'll play Wednesday. Then they'll have a week and a half before week 18.
That sounds like hell.
I'm going to be so
I
upset.
swear, I think Roger Goodell went over to Adam Silver's office and crapped in his mailbox.
Wait,
and just
you
said,
mean
"Hey,
Adam
remember when your sport, your big holiday was Christmas? Not anymore, you nerd. And then he dropped trowel right there on his desk.
Basically.
And then he said hi to the magic timeout fairy.
And Adam Silver walked in with the magic timeout fairy over his shoulder.
Can
and
I
he's
remove the
pushing
poop?
the glasses up his nose, and he's going, "Oh, it smells so bad. Oh, Roger, you did it again."
That beady-eyed, four-eyed goober.
Hey.
Speaking of content.
What about it?
Well,
It's next.
Speaking of the NBA. We'll talk about that in content.
Yes, that will be in content.
Speaking of gambling, you know how that's been all the rage lately with teams and players? Well, we got another weird story for you.
Yep, we sure do. It's next on 1620 The Zone. You know, registered donors can save up to 8 lives through organ donation. John Bishop here for goodguysavelives.com. Registered donors for organs and tissue can make such a huge difference, even if you're not in the best of health or you're getting older. It does not matter. Age, health, you can be a registered donor, because not only can organ donation save lives like hearts, lungs, livers, kidneys, and more, but hundreds of people can be helped through one selfless act of tissue donation, like bone grafts, skin grafts, corneas, tendons, and more. And most traditional funeral practices can still be followed after a successful donation. Plus, it doesn't cost a thing to be a registered donor. It will not cost you or your family after you're gone. And just think about the life-saving difference it can make. So next time you renew your hunting, driver, or fishing license, check that box next to organ and tissue donation, or visit goodguysavelives.com. Find out how you can save up to 8 lives through organ donation at goodguysavelives.com.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Get ready for warm weather driving and save with early spring tire deals at Jensen Tire and Auto. With 21 convenient locations throughout Omaha and in Lincoln, Fremont, and Council Bluffs, drive in today and save up to $200 when you buy a new set of 4 Goodyear tires with a Jensen Drive-Out package using your Goodyear credit card. Save up to $100 on new Cooper tires and up to $70 on a new set of General tires. Click on JensenTireandAuto.com for details on Jensen's early spring tire deals. With 21 stores to serve you, your next new set of tires are close by. And so are the savings, including Jensen instant rebates on new sets of 4 select Continental, General, Maxxis, and Kelly tires. Check out all of Jensen's early spring tire deals at JensenTireandAuto.com and to request an appointment today. Jensen Tire and Auto, locally owned and family owned since 1973. Limited time offers. Visit a Jensen store near you or click on JensenTireandAuto.com for complete details.
It's Champions replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
When I heard the words, "you have breast cancer," I said, I have no idea what I'm going to do. My OBGYN called me and said, I know exactly what we're going to do, which led me to Nebraska Cancer Specialists. From day one, I felt that I was at the right place. There were some pretty rough times, but together we are stronger and they are there for you. You do not feel that you are alone.
NebraskaCancer.com.
Maverick baseball and softball are underway, and single-game tickets are on sale now. This Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, the weather is perfect as Maverick baseball takes on 2023 CWS qualifier Oral Roberts at Tal Anderson Field. Omaha softball is on a 15-game win streak and plays Creighton on April 2nd, and Maverick baseball takes on Creighton on April 9th. Don't miss these classic matchups at Maverick Park. Get your tickets now by calling 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/ticks.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. All right, everybody. John has a question. John?
No, because you people can't handle a good question.
I love good questions.
I like it. We all learn.
Then
from good
ask one. Ask it.
Toronto Raptors forward Jonte Porter is under investigation by the NBA following multiple instances of betting irregularities over the past several months. The short version of the story: multiple underprops hit for him across multiple games and turned into the biggest moneymakers that night in the NBA. Should there be some concern he was in on the take?
Multiple underprops for multiple games.
And both of these games, John, he played for very few minutes. In the January 26th game against the Clippers, there was increased betting interest on his props, and he left the game after 4 minutes. Another game, not that long after that, all of the unders hit because he played just 3 minutes, saying it was an illness.
Well, certainly there would be room for concern. Also, there's that old load management thing. NBA players are good at that.
Yeah.
I'm sure Porter could hide behind that if for anything else. If there's a lesser of two evils, it's definitely load management versus he's doing it because people are betting him to hit the under.
And see, so an odd thing about this is, one of those other gambling services that suck. They announced that they were the biggest money makers on those particular nights. His under props, where people were putting thousands of dollars down, and they easily hit. The lesson in this for me is I need to find out who's not going to play a whole lot and then bet the under on them. Under, as the song says.
Used
Nick.
to.
Oh, that's right. Now it says over, bet the over. Well, that's a little less predictable.
Your Omaha Mavs hockey team is hosting a regional.
What the hell are regionals?
In South Dakota. What the hell is going on out there?
One of those weird things about hockey, I guess.
I don't like it. I think this is stupid. You can't host when you're not there. Host is roasting every morning. The jingle says it. It's in Omaha. Omaha's best coffee.
Since 1972.
Yeah. Bring that regional back to Omaha.
Not to go too far off on a tangent, but I've seen a lot of folks, after the conclusion of the first 2 rounds of the women's basketball tournament, saying that it's an outdated notion.
Hell no, I love it. I think it's awesome.
That we have host schools and they want more neutral sites. Yet what's the cry and the hue on the college football side? No, we need more home games instead of neutral sites. Yeah. I don't see the women's game and say that's a bad thing.
I think it's awesome.
I think if I were the women's game, I would be like, yes, absolutely. Let's do this so that we can keep hosting.
I think it's cool.
Just like baseball can do it and softball can do it.
I think it's cool for the obvious reasons of I like watching games, on home courts. I think that's good. But I also think that I like the atmospheres of them. I wish the men's game did it. I know why they don't. They make money, yada, yada, yada. I like it. Call it outdated. I think it's awesome.
Tom Chattel says he's heard from many Nebraska ball fans say that there should be a banner of recognition of Keisei Tominaga in Pinnacle Bank Arena. Chattel writes, if not a retired jersey, some other recognition? Would something like that make sense?
When did Tom Chattel turn into a creepy old guy?
Yeah, Nick, he's just supposed to be an old guy.
That's the only old guy voice I have.
Wow.
I've talked to Tom many times. He doesn't sound like that at all.
I never said he was creepy.
Listen, we've talked about the impact that Tominaga has had. He certainly is he's a pop culture phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
Does he rise to the level of jersey retirement?
Definitely not.
Probably not.
What about this? Because if it's something else, You know how you've been to old baseball stadiums, or you've been to baseball stadiums that have a large history. The team does. They'll have like the banners around the stadium of like famous players. What if they did that in the concourse areas where they had
most of that
Dave Hoppin?
Well, yeah,
Duran Petaway.
Usually they hang the banners if you're in their team Hall of Fame or a retired jersey.
Well, I don't know. Maybe just do it for fun players.
The participation.
Cookie Belcher.
Participation.
What
banners.
if he just opened up a barbecue stand there at Pinnacle Bank Arena?
Casey's barbecue. Sure, why not? Yeah. Why don't you start naming all of the food places after famous players?
There you go.
Yeah. What was Will Shields? Siobhan Shields? You could have Siobhan's Burgers, Casey's Barbecue, Dave Hoppin's Dan Hoppin, and Dan could just be there. Here's some food.
No, Dan could just be there and critique the food.
Nice.
He's
I
a
love
food
that.
critic.
He is very much a
He's
food
got
critic.
his own booth, and then they're like, hey, how do you feel about Casey's barbecue? And
That'd
then
be
tells
great.
you.
He could tell you about all the food.
It's official, boys. The NFL has approved the new kickoff rules to encourage more returns. Can anyone explain this clearly in less than 15 seconds?
Watch an XFL game last year? That's what they're doing.
Well, no one watched the XFL.
But here it is, John. Look at that. I have a video of the XFL. I think it's fine. I don't like how you have to say that you're doing an onside kick now and they cannot be surprises anymore. If that wasn't allowed, Scott Frost might still be at Nebraska, which would have been a bad thing. His surprise onside kick got him fired.
Maybe we should just go back to regular kickoffs. All right, 15 seconds are left. The teams are lined up in the receiving team's end of the field at the 35-yard line. The ball is kicked off. If it goes in the end zone, the touchback's at the 35. 5 seconds. If it does not land in the landing zone, which is inside the 20-yard line.
Wow. All I said was watch the XFL. That's what you got to do. Just watch the XFL.
It should.
The XFL does not exist anymore. It's now the UFL.
Watch that. Kevin Kugler is going to be announcing games. Is that for the UFL or is
Yes.
it the USFL?
The
It's
UFL is the USFL
together.
and the XFL merged.
Why did they call it the XFL? Why'd they get rid of the X and the
I
X?
don't know.
It's cleaner.
It's cleaner that way. Drop the.
Folks, PJ Fleck is focused on the important things in college football right now. I'm just excited to see what the new Big Ten commercial looks like.
Hell yeah.
My favorite commercial on the Big Ten network. You know, for us, the spoon and the cherry pop up. There's an ice skating rink. It's going to be an interesting when that commercial gets dropped and what it looks like from west to east. I know both of you love that commercial and dearly will miss it and agree.
The obsession over this commercial is ridiculous. You know, this is what I want them to do.
What?
Remember the last season of Thrones when the intro showed the wall had collapsed?
Wow.
We need the landscape of college football, just everything on fire. And you know, people being
I want to live forever.
Exactly, because that's what the Big Ten is doing to college athletics. They're just ruining the landscape, you know, setting fire to the fields, cutting down all the trees, burning down houses, leaving people homeless. That's what the Big Ten is doing. That's what I want the commercial to be. If we're going to do this, then let's be accurate.
By the way, have you seen the commercial for the new Thrones season? It had 2 trailers.
Hot D?
Oh, yeah. You remember Hot D? It's back this summer.
I can't wait to talk about Hot D again.
Been like 5 years since we saw it.
It's been 2 years. It's been a year and a half.
Might as well be 5.
Wow.
In what could be one of the 7 signs of the apocalypse, Fox has announced that both the Michigan and Ohio State spring games, not real football games, mind you, but spring games, will be televised on the network. Not FS1, not BTN, but actual Fox network television, home of the NFL and The Simpsons.
And the USFL.
And Family Guy.
Or UFL.
Is this indeed one of the 7 signs of the apocalypse?
I think it is.
I think we're going to have to break these games down, man.
You know what I'm not going to do? Watch either of these spring games.
What? Why?
Because they're spring games. They're not real football.
It's football, John. They
No,
tackle,
they're
they
not
throw.
real football.
They say hut, hike.
They say hut, hike, and then tag, you're it.
Wow.
They don't tackle. They don't do anything.
By the way,
It's fake football.
A tweet from Kendall. You remember Kendall.
Mhm.
He says, fellas, the hashtag XFL averaged 1.43 million viewers at championship. Not the best, but definitely not the worst. Take that, John.
bet he's an XFL fan.
He must be. I know Triggered Ryan is. Where's he at right now? He loves that crap.
Well, I'll watch the UFL before I watch any spring games.
Wow, really? That's a dare.
Meanwhile, ESPN might be giving Major League Baseball the old heave-ho. It's reported that ESPN is opting out of its deal after this season. What does this mean for the two sides?
It means people don't like baseball anymore.
No,
it's a dying sport for olds.
No, it's ESPN.
And Nick.
ESPN's trying to get a better deal because remember, they dropped a lot of games. They're not doing nearly as many games under the new contract. They want to reshape the deal because there are some local rights that are out there because of the Bally's sports collapse, the Diamond Sports and all that. So I think ESPN's just using this as a reason to get in and do other things. So I still think ESPN's going to be heavily involved in baseball. They're just restructuring. It's like restructuring a contract.
They've altered
like
deal.
how the Cowboys aren't restructuring Dak's contract
not.
anymore.
I think Dallas is going to suck this season.
Promise?
No, I can't promise. They'll probably find their way to win 7 games or something and win the division. It'll be one of those years. Thank God it's about to be book time. Time to read again.
Book boy.
Yeah.
Read Shogun.
Maybe. I do have it on my to-read list. You know what else I have on my to-do list, Nick? Dinner.
Good transition.
Ditto.
I can.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to age 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
College basketball's biggest tournament is coming, and it's time to start betting like a pro with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circa Sports Iowa. It's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line splits, exceptional customer service, and more. Fund and bet like a pro anywhere, anytime. It's never been easier. Download your new bookie before all of the March action at circasports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
A DJ spinning songs, cheeseburgers, raffles, and more. Just a random Saturday? Nope. It's the Spring Open House at Les Hills Harley-Davidson. Come in, join the fun, and swing your leg over a genuine Harley-Davidson. I-29 at the Glenwood exit and at leshillshd.com.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, acne, and others. Some current studies include low T, COPD, flu, pediatric, infant, and RSV. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. See current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
You know what Mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by Mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let Mentality lead the way.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
How many cows have died of old age?
That's a fun question.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, the wife is still laid up because of the shoulder surgery, but she's doing better now.
That's good.
We got her on a good medication program, so it's getting better.
So you're gonna make her dinner in bed. Oh, John, how romantic of you!
What a husband.
Yeah, I'm gonna make dinner by going through the drive-through. That's what I.
Oh, what you having?
Probably runza.
Runza. Oh, fries.
If I was sick,
rings.
If I was laid up after surgery, a runza wouldn't make me feel better.
Not a runza.
That's what
Nick.
she
Runza.
suggested.
Runza, not a runza.
Well,
Just
the only
runza.
good thing about there is the rings.
No, it's the fries and the chicken
It's all
strips.
of it. I like runza.
I
I
like their
love
chili,
all
too.
of runza.
I like the chili.
I think I'm gonna do leftovers tonight. We had that delicious bacon mac and cheese. She made it with this spicy cheese. Oh my gosh, so good. So that something else. I don't know. I'm hungry.
Might be a rice night.
Might be a rice night. My wife asked about that last night. She goes, "So Nick, is there a bit here? Does he eat other stuff with the rice?" And I said, "I don't think so. You just eat the rice."
Sometimes I put other things in.
Well,
I season the rice.
Tomorrow is Dumb Debates, and this debate didn't actually happen inside of Dumb Debates, but it literally hijacked a show one day
What's that?
when Josh
Correctly
did not know
Oh.
what hamburger steak was.
Oh yeah, what a classic segment. I still don't know what hamburger steak is.
Well, I'm reading an article here from mashed.com. And if we would have had this article 5 years ago, we could have settled the whole thing.
It would have helped us.
Because they're asking the difference between a chopped steak and a hamburger steak. And it writes, to get down to brass tacks, if you took the bun off your hamburger, what you would be left with is hamburger steak, which is what Josh was confused by.
Just a patty at that point, then.
Yeah, it's just a patty. It's not a hamburger steak. It's just a patty.
a
I don't even
hamburger
remember
steak.
the debate anymore. I don't remember what I argued. Remember fullback? Is that a running back?
That was a good one, too.
But